Did we figure this out? Looks like we did. We're having a little issue. YouTube was just like not connecting with my streaming software. So I had to start a new live. So I apologize, you guys. For those of you who are in the other one, I apologize for the confusion. We made it though. So fuck yeah for that. Okay, so sorry, I'm kind of scattered now slightly. Give me 1 second to get my ish back together here. Okay, so hi guys, what's going on? Okay, it's Lisa, and what's up, Rochelle? Yeah, I don't know why YouTube was something about the streaming key. They were like, you have the wrong streaming key. I was like, I never, ever change it. So I think you're on crack. What's up, Kelly? But I will start a new stream just to appease you. You jerk. So yeah, technology stuff. Sorry about that though. I was like, no, I'm actually on time, ready, and in a chill and good vibe, and you don't want to work with me. You're making my life difficult. Okay, so hi guys. I don't normally do pick-a-cards. Well, when I first started the channel, I did a lot more, but I'm gonna do a pick-a-card because I do not want to be on here for as long, and I thought it would be a good way to, so usually with pick-a-cards, you get pretty in-depth, and because you're using your own intuition to pick the group or the pile that is for you, it can be like pretty specific and validating. So I'm gonna do 3 different groups, and we'll do that rather than an all signs tonight. But I am later this week gonna do an all signs for eclipse season, because it's a big one and there's so much going on and the energies are crazy. It's such a potent time to like focus your energy and direct it on like new, like nothing that is like decayed and like done, you know, but just like the things that are in alignment with you now and where you're going, and that they want to be there. And it's use the passion of that Leo South node to like, you know, push you forwards in a really empowered but still like centered in the heart kind of way. So yeah, I'm kind of excited. I'm also excited because I needed it to not be my North Nodal return anymore. That was just like, you know, my had its foot on my neck for a while there, and I think I'm aligned enough for a while now. But the topic of this pick a card reading, we're looking at like a love forecast basically. So we're gonna see where you are at currently and also what's coming in next. Just get a general, see what's going on. So this could resonate with you if you're like totally single, if you are like kind of casually seeing someone or multiple someones, or if you're in a relationship. Hi, Josephine. Hi, baby. What up? What up? So yeah, it's just, if it's gonna be your message, it's gonna be your message. If it's not, these ones are kind of like hit or miss. So you have to use your own discernment and follow your intuition as always. But if you are new to pick card readings, basically I have 3 different piles. I have a crystal and a deck that I'm going to be using for your reading. And yeah, so I'm going to show you all 3 options, and then you will choose one or maybe numerous, but usually with like a love forecast, I would say one group that like sticks out the most to you, and you can choose that or pick that how it aligns with you in any way. If you're watching this reading after the fact as well, you can also choose like the timestamps, the numbers, to pick the group that aligns with you most. But the timestamps for the group, so that you can jump right to yours, will be up after the live is done. Okay. What else? There are also super chats available. Some of you guys have been asking lately if you could get a super chat. So the guidelines for that are in the description box. So just check those out before you order one. But yes, I'm going to offer those. And the way that works is that I'll just do them at the very end. So after I finish group 3, then I'll do the super chats in order that they come in. And I will put a timestamp for those as well so that you can just jump to them and then you can come back if you don't want to wait until the end of the reading, and you can just go right to yours or whatever the case may be. I also have an Etsy store where I like do personal readings out of, and the link for that is also in the description. Lots of stuff is in the description. Check the description out. But let's get into the pile selection first, and then I am also going to just like, you know, just do some Reiki and just a tiny bit of like energy clearing and grounding. And I'm gonna kind of do that in a bit of a maybe like ASMR-y style, just to help us get into a sort of hypnotic, meditative space where the ego brain or the ruminating thoughts can be calmed and appeased a little bit, and we can see more clearly from this eye. Okay, so let's first do the group selection though. So I will show you guys this. Where can I make the notes on group selection? I did not leave myself room. I'll do it over here. So group selection. The groups. So we're at like 6:40. All right, guys. So, like I said, 3 different groups that you can choose from. Group number 1. There's a crystal and a deck, like I said. So this is the deck, the inverted tarot for group number 1. They're all like in their order, so I'm gonna shuffle through them. This is what it looks like. And you guys have the Igneous rock. Well, you can see that. Igneous rock. Which is just like a nice name for basically a rock that was molten lava at one point in time and then like cooled and hardened beneath the earth's crust over many years to be with you here today. So that's group 1, okay? I'm such a dork. What's up, Aries? The Aries in the house. All right. Group number 2. This is, I think, the Lioness, something Lioness Oracle Tarot or something like that. I've had this for a really long time. I don't quite remember the name. Like this kind of style. Okay. With the Peridot. This is Peridot. Isn't she pretty? Okay. Group number 2. Group number 3. Last and not least is, okay, I really don't remember what this one, I think it's like the Green Menagerie Tarot or something like that. It's from Etsy. This is group 3. Oh, I love this deck. It's pretty cool. Okay. That's group 3 with the Kiwi Jasper. Jasper. I think you can see it has these like really pretty little like flecks in it. I don't think you can see them. Okay. That's group 3. Okay. So I will just hold up one card from the top of each of these decks so that you can remember what they look like. next to each other. One with the Igneous rock, group 2 with the Peridot, and group number 3 with the Kiwi Jasper. All right. What's up, Mito? How are you, my love? Okay, so we are gonna just woosah the energy a little bit here. It feels pretty good, but I'm just kind of like a dork today, and most days, but especially today, apparently. And then we're gonna get into it. Okay. Make it? Should I get him? No, I'm okay with this. This is fine. This is fine. We're fine. We'll do what we're doing. Okay, so part of having Aquarius in the chart, yeah. Definitely. My Mercury, so it's, yeah, it's like how I express myself a lot is a little bit alien. That's okay though. It's like a cute alien, not a scary, terrifying, proby alien. Right? Okay, energy work. Energy. Let's see, it's like 12 minutes. Okay. Venus and rising. Ooh, I love Aquarian energy. Gemini moon. Yes. Find you one who can do literally any personality that exists. Okay. Once you tame it, I swear to God, it actually is an asset. Any Gemini moon knows. You know. Takes a bit to tame. And use it in an empowering way. Okay. Let's do a little bit of energy work, okay? I'm gonna re-timestamp that because we're talking a bit. Okay, let's do some energy work. I'm just gonna cleanse a little tiny bit real fast here. Not that the energies are terrible by any means, but I'm gonna just kind of bring things down a little bit in a sense of grounding. So let's just feel into the energy a little bit here and ground into the present and into our bodies. So it helps me to just get sensual. So focus on your senses, where you're feeling energy in your body, the visuals, and try to just kind of root in. Because when you're in that, like, your intuition speaks in the stillness, in the quiet, right? It can be both very, like, loud, and also, I feel like your true intuition is loud, but it's found in the stillness. It's not in, like, the rumination and, like, the constant babbling of your lower mind, if that makes sense. So let's just try to drop in a little bit deeper and clear some of the excess noise and static from that surface. All right. Some polo. Down in the root chakra. That's where you feel it. That's where you feel it. Good. Smells absolutely fantastic, I must say. Okay, now we are going to use a little bit because we're looking into love things. That even lighted enough? My fan keeps putting in the flame out. Okay, there we go. All right, got it. So, just gonna draw a few symbols here. In the energy. Some Reiki symbols. So, let's just clear first. One more. Okay, good. Put this over here. All right, let me actually set this over here on the altar space so that it is not blowing directly in my face. While it smells absolutely incredible, it is also pretty strong. All right, loves. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Feeling okay? Let's get into group number 1 now. Drinking some cranberry juice while we hang out, if that's okay with you. To put this down a bit more. What's up, tea baby? Hello. How you doing? Okay, so Group number 1. Should I timestamp right now, or should I timestamp for the group when we start the actual reading itself? I'll do both. Okay. Okay, I almost said hi Aries because I'm so used to starting with Aries, but we're not doing that. All right, group number 1. Let's hang out with you first. So this was your stone. This little guy. Can't see how pretty it actually is because of the lighting right now, which is so unfortunate, but it is very pretty. And okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep that with me here. Let's shuffle your deck a little bit. Okay, so while we do this, let's tune in to... What's up, David? Hi. Let's tune into group 1's energy, the people who are choosing the Igneous rock and the inverted tarot. This collective, this group. So we're gonna look at where you're at, like what your current stance is on love. Let's look at how jaded you are. No, I'm just kidding. That's just coming from a Scorpio rising. We'll look at where you're at with love, how you feeling towards it in general, and then we'll see what's happening now, what's coming in next, that kind of thing. Some influencing factors. Advice. If you guys like the stream, if you like it, if you don't like it, just like the stream if you feel so inclined. It's super helpful. It gets the video, like, gets the algorithm's attention, which is important because the algorithm is our evil overlord. So I'm also going to pull you guys some oracle cards to clarify as well. So we're just going to take a couple minutes to get all the cards out. Okay. Okay, let's do 10. Currently at. Okay. That's your current stance. Alrighty. Where you're coming at from. Oh. Okay. Okay. You might need the bubbliness of my personality. However, you might not feel like accepting it if you're not feeling so great right now. Okay, that's what's happening now. This is what's coming up next. Oh, okay. And then... Interesting. Okay. Okay, dokie, guys. Well, I gotta turn that off because it's getting literally a little bit nippy in here. It is cold all of a sudden. So Okay, let's get your oracle cards first before I say anything. Woo. Okay. I feel like you guys are closing out a cycle in love that's been disappointing, to say the least. And I feel like you're not denying that or trying to avoid that. And why do I want to say anymore? Maybe at one point you were? I don't know, but I'm gonna put the brightness on my screen down so that this doesn't, okay. So that my laptop doesn't overheat, because it usually does. Okay. So, yeah. Let's clarify with a couple oracle cards, and then we'll dig deeper into this. Clarify this current stance regarding love. Why is group 1 feeling this way about love right now? Circumstances. Okay. Next. Alrighty. It's kind of excessive. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. What is that? Interesting. Okay. Okay. Spirits wants to give you like Spirit's giving you a hug here. We love this, honestly. Okay, so this is good. Spirit, come through. Let's see. Tell me more about this influencing factor. Well, I'm not going to be telling you anything that you don't know. That's one good thing. Advice. Okay. What's going on, buddies? What's happening? What's that one that's trying to escape? Okay. I'm integrating right now. This feels a little deep. Feels a little deeper than I anticipated. So just let me feel into this for a sec. You are in some deep waters. It's not necessarily bad. says the Scorpio Pisces, but you know, it's not the most comfortable for everybody. Okay. So, basically, let's see. When are we starting the actual reading? I'm sorry. Can't see again. Okay. Okay. Hi, group 1. All right. So, let's see what's going on in this moment and the near future for you in regards to love. It feels like you're going through a lot, like you've kind of been going through a lot. It almost feels a little bit like the culmination of a cycle that's coming up for you, which can feel, it can just feel kind of like tense, right? Because when you're completing a cycle, well, think about the tens, right? When you're completing cycles, the tens in the tarot, the 10 of swords, the 10 of wands, the 10 of cups, the 10 of pentacles. It's a culmination point where you are full of whatever you're like kind of maxed out. And that's not always bad. Sometimes that's like a place of maxed out joy, safety, fulfillment, stability on which other things can grow. But other times it's like you're maxed out on, you've reached your limit in terms of how far a certain narrative can take you, or there's a limiting belief system, or you know, you're devaluing yourself, or an approach, or there's just too much competing energy in the space that you're not able to really like feel and direct your own super clearly. Being fed up with, it might be that. Well, it is that in one way, and we'll get into it right now. But yeah, it does feel like you're kind of like, enough of that, you know? So whatever has been, you really don't have any like interest. It's not even interest. I feel like you just have completely kind of lost energetic motivation to pursue anything that is not like actually getting you off, lighting you up, doing something for your system, you know, just like doing something for you. It's not time to like try to breathe life back into something that's been dead and decomposing, like, you know, and be like, now's the time for delusion. No. And the current energies at the time that I do this reading too, we're like just entering eclipse season. We just passed the 8/8 Lionsgate like portal. The energies are super potent for manifestation, for like those who know what they want and direct their energy clearly and allow everything that is not in alignment to clearly like reveal itself and then just let it go, right? It doesn't mean you have to give up on things, but let them go. Just like let them go, right? Don't hold them at all. And then if they align, they'll just go forward with you in alignment. Like they will show up. You don't need to force anything that's in alignment with you. So it's kind of feeling like it's that sort of time for you. But your current stance around love, your current outlook on love came out as the 3 of Swords. I love ya. I love you so much. I can't give you a card that didn't come out, but just know that I deeply love you. So the 3 of Swords is kind of, you're kind of like, no. Yeah. You know, like what motivation do I have though to be excited about love? Like it's the 3 of Swords is not really a feeling, oddly, because it's the swords, right? So while it is about heartbreak, it's like you're breaking your heart in your mind because of the way that you're thinking about pain. So this could be where you're reaching like the cycle that's ending, or what you're getting to the end of. It could be like you are energetically overloaded because there's new energy trying to come in that is actually a little bit more like it's coming through as like a reset. Like it's hopeful again, weirdly, because you're in this right now, but it feels like you're in this is what is pushing you to like the 10 of swords, the 10 of wands is how I'm seeing it. It's the way you've been thinking about pain and heartbreak and fearing it for so long. That is what you're getting to the end of. It's like this way of seeing love can't take you very far. It definitely can't take you further. It's very limited, right? Because when you're seeing love as like a disappointment or something you need to fear, or you're ruminating, or you're associating love with pain essentially, then it doesn't give you very much inspiration to be like, let's go get him, right? So this is how you're feeling now. It just feels like you're tired, and the old way of seeing things is it needs a glow up, babes. Okay, so it came out with this card, inspiration, in literally inspiration in reverse. The trigger statement: I am tired of it all. Yeah, you're like, I lost my last fuck that I had. It ain't nowhere to be found. Where's my last fuck? Not around, love. That's not where you'll find it for you. Like, it's just, but it's because, sorry, of, there's like a mental tiredness here, or a spiritual tiredness. It's around like vision and sight and information and energy that you're taking in. Part of it is about your like human mind, but the other part is about your third eye, like the third eye that you see with, right? And it feels like you're tired in both ways. So you could be intuitively tired, or you could feel like you don't trust your own intuition because of your past experiences with love. Like now you have doubt, and so then that causes you to like ask or go over pain unnecessarily, and this drains you. There's something about that, but it says rest and know that in the stillness you will find clarity. The need to cope will fall away as you find the question you are the answer to. And then this also came out, which is evolution. The trigger statement says things will never change, but the true statement is I attract only what is for my highest good. The imbalances and relationships that have been keeping you down are no longer needed. You're ready to transform. With this card, innocence. See, it's a reset. It's a return to innocence, and it's with a certain level of confidence, but the confidence is pure. The confidence is coming from your true essence. It's like a spontaneous, open-hearted, this might even be unexpected to you that this energy comes through, because I'm just not seeing you feeling it right now, but this is your current stance on love. I think that you're right in the midst of this shifting, honestly. Whether you're super aware of that or not, I think depends on how much time you are actually giving yourself to rest and be reflective with the energy. Yeah, because there's evolution happening. It's like you've been uninspired, and it's because you've been thinking about love in regards to like you've been closely associating love with pain. That's why you've been drained and uninspired and like, I'm so tired of this all. Because if you were thinking about love that way, then it would have been a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So you would have been feeling it that way, experiencing it that way, manifesting it that way. But it feels like what's evolving is actually your confidence, like your faith. You're able to actually have faith in your own truth, because you know that it's coming from this pure, innocent sort of place, from this like, from a space of disarmed open-heartedness and trusting your own nature. You've been making it more complicated than it actually is. It's simple. What you believe is basically what manifests. If you switch your perspective from this is all, I'm so sick of it all, this is all I ever experienced, this is all that love ever brings is pain inevitably, then you switch your perspective to, no, I attract what's for my highest good. I have the ability to change things through my own energy and perspective, right? And as you do that, as you evolve, naturally the things that are not in alignment or the things that are imbalanced or unhealthy, they just fall out of alignment. So they just leave your trajectory usually kind of on their own. This is happening though. This is already taking place. Is there anything else about group one's current stance on love? It feels like life is coming, like being breathed back into your heart. The Emperor in reverse, the 10 of Wands in reverse. Told you there was a 10 involved. Yikes. This could be happening through an ego death a little bit. And that's not always a bad thing. In fact, it's very rarely a bad thing. Ego death is actually kind of a dumb way to put it, because your ego is not dying. It's just being consciously integrated into the whole of you so that you can use it to work for you from a place of sovereignty and personal empowerment, rather than your shadow coming up from like the unconscious depths and causing you to self-destruct in your own life or sabotage, whether you're conscious or not of that, by having these projections, self-fulfilling prophecies, and like maybe unhealthy outlets that you keep returning to that don't allow things to change, right? So yeah, it looks like you need to get to the end of yourself in some way here, and that's happening. You're realizing like you were making things heavier than they ever needed to be, but it was coming from a place of disempowerment and feeling like lack. But basically, because you were feeling lack, you were inadvertently choosing a path of lack. Yeah. It was coming, this hasn't been allowing you to, wow. It's like there's been a very deeply uncooperative energy here, and you may not have even understood it completely. But in regards to love, you've kind of been seeing it through like the worst case scenario sort of lens, and you probably have every right to do this. Like maybe you were coming out of something a bit traumatic or something that like shook your hope or faith, but you haven't been connected to your heart space. Now that could be for many reasons. It doesn't mean you're a cold, hard person. It could be though that you were disassociated, or you were numbed out, or you were in fight or flight, you were triggered, or you haven't felt safe to connect to the rawness, the depth, the vulnerability of your own heart space because things have felt like this. But I think things have felt like this, which is basically just like so strenuous, heavy, and like literally not in moderation at all. Like the weight and heaviness that you've been feeling around love has not been, it's almost coming through as like an obsession around how heavy or difficult something has been or always is. But then you maybe weren't realizing how much you were blocking and disempowering yourself by continuing to think that way. And I don't think you were choosing it on purpose, but like there's something where, well, yeah, the shadow runs in the background, right? Until we bring conscious awareness to it. So maybe your ego was preventing you from, or these self like protection mechanisms were preventing you from being totally honest with yourself and being able to shift your way of thinking, which then will shift your outcome. Because I'm seeing this as kind of being like a cycle that continues to repeat because of your energy keeps feeding it and recreating it, or that's what was happening. And again, there could be lots of good reasons for that. Like if you're triggered, if you're traumatized, it can be incredibly hard to interrupt those loops because you're not usually cognitively aware of them. If you're triggered, then like your prefrontal cortex is literally offline, so you're not really thinking analytically. So, yeah, once you spiral or start seeing things from one way, especially if you're kind of fixed or you're scared, and so you're, you want to protect yourself, it can be really easy for the ego to get like a stronghold on the situation and just kind of run with it, run away with it. So I feel like that's what happened, but you're gaining like the ego comes out when we're not confident, right? When we're insecure. And you have been, but you're evolving into, again, like this place of security and confidence that is coming from within you, and knowing your heart, knowing your nature, your true nature, knowing that you can like make things as complicated or simple as you want by choosing how you see them and how you relate to them, which is totally in your control. So let's look at where you're coming from, what your circumstances in love are right now, and also what's coming up next, and get some more. So where you're coming from, the Seven of Swords in reverse and the Two of Wands. It's like you've just realized that you get to pick the path. Like that you are the one who is actually, you're the architect of your destiny. Like, oh, the choice is mine. It's like, that's what this energy is. The Seven of Swords in reverse and the Two of Wands. It's really interesting because it's showing me like an illusion in your own mind and way of thinking that is lifting. And it's showing you that like, you're not stuck. You have two paths in front of you, and every decision that you make puts you more on the trajectory of one or the other. So it's really simple. You have a lot of power. You just need to kind of audit your decisions and your moves, and then consciously like have conscious decision making, intentional choices that are empowering, that push you more towards where you want to be and what you want to experience. And these choices can be anything. They can be choices to like be aware of and shift the way that you think about love, right? Like be disciplined with yourself, or to like go to therapy, right? And heal so that you're more aligned with a path that doesn't feel uninspiring and painful, because you're aligning from a healthier, more healed place internally with most likely healthier and more aligned connections, right? But you have a lot of choice in how things work out in this area of your life. And I feel like up until the recent past, you've been feeling super disempowered about this. Like there's this energy of like, this always happens to me. Like no matter how excited I am at the beginning, or no matter what I think it's going to be, it always just ends up being blah instead. Like, why even bother putting any energy into it? And it's like, it's your own way of thinking that has been draining your energy, not the circumstances. Yeah, the Ace of Wands in reverse, literally, that's the energy drain. Yeah. It's like obsessive rumination on just being more comfortable. I don't know. Not even that. You're very ready to drop these heavy energies, but it's almost like you had to get from a place of comfort to a place of complacency, and then discomfort in the complacency where you're like, I want to stay here, kind of like not taking action and being doubtful because of the part of me that's still scared that I could get hurt again or whatever, or that things could go poorly. But you're also realizing, no, something in you is waking up, and you're realizing you don't have to like succumb to that. You can have different. It's very much up to you. So what else about where group one is coming from in the recent past? This feels like you could be kind of split though. Like you could feel, yeah, the initial feeling could be a little bit like, I'm not so happy about realizing how much like say I have based on my agency, the direction of my energy, like how I allocate my own personal power, that is what that my own happiness depends on that, right? It's like, oh shit, I'm realizing that I have to take responsibility a little bit more, and that might require some strength, some personal calibration, or some healing, or um, stepping into another level of self-mastery, which means being humble and honest with myself about where I could use a little bit of work. That doesn't mean being critical. That doesn't mean shitting on yourself or saying, oh, it's all my fault that things have gone this way so far. Things have gone how they were meant to go for you to learn what you needed to learn. But you're ready for something to shift, and you know it. So I feel like you're looking within and you're seeing a higher perspective on like where you have not been healed. And it has something to do with a lack of hope that has completely prevented you, it feels like, from even like putting anything into the investment that is love. Because again, it's like this, like, what's the point sort of energy, right? Like when you're hopeless about something, you're not super motivated to actually invest into it, because you'll think, well, that's going to be a waste of my investment because I don't really believe it can ever happen. But then that's exactly why, like, then you're not feeding the thing, and so then the thing dies, right? So, but it feels like you've been feeling the weight of something in isolation. So maybe there's something you've been viewing through the lens of pain or holding yourself back from, whether that's something specific, like a specific person, or whether that's just from love in general. But that's kind of what I'm seeing. And I think that you're learning a really important lesson right now about self-worth and anxiety. There's something about the way that you talk to yourself, and that the narratives that you have around certain things in your life, like love being one of them. Those narratives determine your life. That's the story you tell yourself. That's the story you live. And words are also spells. They have frequencies that energy responds to very much. So watch the way you speak to yourself and the world with care. All right, so your circumstances now. You have the Wheel of Fortune in reverse and the Two of Swords. It's your choice. You have a choice. You're very aware of it. You're very, very aware with the Seven of Swords in reverse. You're it's eyes wide open. I don't know what caused this. Like, it feels like your eyes were very closed to something, or there's just something you could not see. There's a blind spot, and then all of a sudden it was like blown wide open. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse and the Two of Swords, though. You could have been putting something totally in like fate's hands before, not recognizing that you're half of the equation. You have to co-create with energies bigger than you, right? To align with them. So you could have just been like passive, like, well, if this was fated, then it would just fall into my lap with no tension or work. Or if this is for me, then I can't miss it, so I don't need to do anything for it. It will just align and come in naturally. That is completely like negating your personal power, your sovereignty, your agency, your free will. That's really important. That's the most powerful element. That is what like states and declares your intention to the universe, and the greater cosmic energies respond to you. Things don't happen to you, really. You align with them or you call them in. And you're always declaring what you're calling towards you, whether you realize it or not, right? So here you're realizing like, oh, things have not been fortunate in this area of my life. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that I haven't really chosen like fortune in this area of my life. I haven't really allowed myself to choose the option of something genuine and fulfilling because of the way that I've been seeing things, which doesn't leave any space for my mind to be changed. But there's a cycle that's been repeating, and it's a cycle of indecision. There's something that needs to be, a way of thinking needs to be established. It can't be like back and forth. That's what's like stalling things and throwing them down or throwing them off. It's mixed signals being sent out. So then it's like nothing is really moving. And that cycle of not having direction is just repeating, right? Because that's what's being fed. So there are these cards that came out: love, compassion, and meadow vulnerability. This one was with love. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse was with love. And then the Two of Swords is with vulnerability here. So the choice is to be open. The choice is to be vulnerable. You can't be defensive and receptive at the same time. It's the energies are going two totally different ways, right? So if you are not vulnerable and open, you can't receive. If you're defensive, then energy, like something cannot come in towards you unless it like breaks down your walls and exhausts itself to do so, right? But even then, it makes it really difficult. So it feels like there's been a lack of compassion around your experiences with love, or maybe around yourself in love. You also could have had experiences with people that weren't kind or empathetic or something like that. This feels like you being hard on yourself, though, in a way. Like, I made the wrong mistakes in love, and that's why I am where I am now. Like, or yeah, just being hard on the general idea of romantic relationships. Like, that's not something that works for me. Everybody else gets to experience that, but not me in this life. Like, that's just not in the stars for me, you know? But it's been your choice. Or it is now that you're aware of it, right? Now that you're aware, it's your choice. That's more accurate. Something can't really be your choice until you open your eyes to it and acknowledge that it is your choice, right? Then you can make the choice. But it feels like in the past, you really legitimately weren't seeing it as such. For whatever reason, you were kind of just giving in to what you've experienced so far. And I think that it's because you were tired. Too tired to fight these like preconceived notions, or just the doubt and lack of inspiration around it, you know? But you have, right now, you have the choice to show yourself enough compassion in regards to love that you actually allow yourself to open up to yourself, or maybe somebody else, or just the idea of love in general in a new way, and then invite powerful new energies into that area of your life. Like, now is the perfect time to do so. But you can't be like wishy-washy. You have to make the choice and be clear. Like, energy doesn't lie. So if you are wishy-washy, you're going to keep on getting these like cyclical, disempowering, I'm so fucking tired of this past experience, I'm not inspired at all. You're going to keep getting those exact same results unless you choose to actively, consciously, and powerfully, with discipline, direct that energy in another way. So it looks like that's currently what you have in front of you, like the choice to do this now. So let's see. Anything else about that? No. Okay, let's look at what's coming up next. Okay, what is coming up next? Okay. What's coming up next is the King of Swords and the Page of Wands in reverse. with this card. Okay, so you guys, with this card, approach. It says advancing, a warm reception, prosperous conditions, increased influence, hopefulness, lightening up, and an arrival. Okay. Okay, we could see this from a couple different perspectives. So let me outline those. Those kind of just depend on whether you have someone in your life, in your mind, or whether this is all you kind of like contemplating love with yourself, or like evolving in a way personally where you're going to be open to love in a new way, right? But there's not necessarily anyone involved right now. So if that's the case, right, and this is all you, then this integration is happening, but it's happening slowly. It's like a gradual increase of hopefulness, of lightness that's arriving. This evolution into a new state of innocence with yourself, where you're confident and open again. Again, it's like this space of renewal, right? And then hope can come in and you can advance as more hope integrates into you, right? But with the King of Swords, it's like mentally you have the knowing, but knowledge and then wisdom that has integrated are two different things, right? So it takes some time. It's like you can have the facts, but then this Page of Wands in reverse is behind you. So the King of Swords knows, but then the Page of Swords, who is like, or the Page of Wands, sorry, in reverse, who is behind them, doesn't yet believe it. The Page of Wands in reverse is an energy of like, I don't have hope. I'm not inspired. I don't believe that I can get what I want. I'm not playful, and like, I'm not moving towards something because of that. It's a lack of inspiration and energy to put towards something. Maybe even like dulled desire, or like life force energy as well. Just feeling kind of shut down. It can be kind of a numb energy, but you're coming back online is what this feels like. And you have the information. It's taking its time sinking in. And when it clicks, then that's where you're just like living from that place of awareness, not having to think about it and keep aligning yourself with it, right? Once it really like sinks in, then you're just living from that truth. Okay. I like it. If it's not just you here, then okay, who's this Ten of Swords then, if this is someone else other than group one? Queen of Pentacles, the Three of Pentacles, someone who wants to take care of you. This is someone who is coming towards you. They're coming towards you slow and steady so as to not, you know, like you're looking a little like looking a little skittish maybe. And so this person's coming towards you in a very grounded and practical way. It's not like slow motion, like let's have one conversation and then I'm gonna avoid you for a week and then I'll come in and have it. No, it's like it's gradual and it's consistent, which is what you can actually trust and what makes you truly feel safe. This is someone that sees your worth very clearly, though. They're highly intelligent, but they want to take care of you. This person is grounded in who they are and what they have to offer. They know themselves. It could be because they've worked through this. They've worked through what you're struggling to work through now. That's what that kind of feels like. They can see that you're putting the pieces together, but they also see who you are on the other side of putting the pieces together. I think this person sees your authentic spirit. I think they see your essence. I think they see you. Maybe the parts of you that you haven't seen in a while. This person could be slightly older than you. They don't have to be. But there's like, there's a lot of page energy coming up for you in the energy that you're in now as you're kind of like evolving and coming into a more open space, which feels really beautiful. It's less fixed, but it's creative. It's abundant because it's open. Again, it's receptive, right? So it's like a great energy to draw something towards you that is in alignment, as long as you are clear at this time. But yeah, I think this is someone, if it's someone outside of you, that they know themselves and what they have to offer. They've maybe given it some thought. They have gone through what you're going through now. They see your insecurities and doubts, and I think they have a higher understanding of where that's coming from. So if you've been a little bit inconsistent, maybe, then it's not, I don't think this person's taking it personally, because they can kind of see, it's like they're trying to bring in a lighter energy. And that doesn't mean not serious. I think this person is very serious indeed. They know what they want. They know what they've got. And they know what you've got as well, or who you are, it looks like. So whether that's someone new or someone you already know, they're coming in and they want to cooperate and build. They see an alignment within the two of you. The Two of Cups and the Page of Cups. This person has an innocence within themselves as well. Sort of like a childlike playfulness. They could want to connect with you on that level as well, to help you meet yourself there, maybe. But yeah, they're cooperating with you based on where you are at, and they see where you're at, it looks like. Anything else about that? No, I feel like that's that. This could be, if this is someone that you already know, someone from the past, this could really surprise you, the way that this person's coming towards you now, because it looks like in the past there was an illusion here that you had about this person not caring for you, or being detached, or maybe even being like emotionally manipulative. I don't know. It's interesting, but they're showing me you read something wrong, and there has been hope for a new beginning, but you weren't seeing, there's something you weren't seeing clearly in the past. If this is your group, the Ace of Swords in reverse, the Seven of Swords in reverse, the Three of Swords, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse with the Two of Swords. It's like there's a lot of convoluted energy here that you're sorting through now. But yeah, you're letting go of that. You could have thought that this person let go of you and that they were trying to manifest something totally different, or that they had options. But I think the way that this person's coming towards you and showing up for you is not like, there's also something different about their approach. It's more healed as well, maybe, if this is someone that you already, or it's more hopeful if this is someone you already know. And I think that's making you, yeah, it feels warmer. Something about it feels warmer and more prosperous. And that, along with the recognition that you're having about how much like influence you actually have over the situation. Yeah, if you just open your heart and show up from this place of like spontaneous simplicity and trusting and joy, that so much beauty can grow from that. Where there's been a lack of receptivity before, then I think that there's something new opening up, new possibility with this person, if this is someone from the past. Okay, so your greatest challenge or resistance in this area of your life, let's see. Yeah, you're showing up as the as a page or a knight. And that doesn't have to mean anything at all in regards to like rank or value, worth, I guess. It's just that they all offer something different. So usually the pages are like ideas or expression or communication of something, right? The knights are about action based on what we have said or learned. The queens are about embodiment and the kings are about assertion of the energy, right? So the queen has it like mastered all within her and she embodies it and expresses it, and then the king goes one step further and like puts it out into the world and directs it in like a powerful way, right? So they all have their purpose. We are all in them, in different areas of them a lot of the time. But like I said, you could be kind of young, or you could just not have that many super deep, you maybe haven't had that many relationships that have been serious as well. So things are a little new to you, or the ones that you did have, there was just a few of them, but they were impactful and not in the best way. Not that it was bad, but you were learning lessons and they were painful, it feels like. Like, there's a reason why you've been viewing love this way. There's a reason why you've been uninspired and have had a hard time building hope back. I'm not invalidating your experience at all. Trust me, I get it being in that place. But you're ready to move into something a little bit more spacious with more possibility. But the Page of Pentacles in reverse is your greatest challenge or resistance. This is you. Whatever made you think of yourself in such a small way? Where did you get the idea that you don't have anything of value to offer? Or that you're not powerful enough to influence a situation to go the way that you want it to? What got you thinking about yourself that way, my love? Because it's not true, and it hasn't been doing you any favors. Can you tell me more about this? This feels like a wounded inner child or an attachment style. The Six of Wands and the Empress. The Six of Pentacles. Okay. You know how the Emperor in reverse came out before, right? So now we have the Empress in the upright. The thing is, like, I think that you've been seeing yourself as, it could have been that there's someone you've been interested in that you really want success with, but you find it like, it's like, yeah, that's gonna happen on a cold day in hell, you know, like you, for some reason there's like a total disbelief in you thinking that what you have to give is enough. And it's showing me it's because you're seeing an opportunity that's super abundant as like the Empress, but you're seeing you as the Page of Pentacles in reverse, which could just be drained, could just be like overwhelmed or afraid. So if it's not just a total self-worth thing, it could also be like you feel like you have literally no resources that allow you to think in a confident or hopeful way about something. But it's showing me that you feel like if you give to something, it's going to be revealed that this is just another thing that's going to cause you grief to like move you forwards, and like, whoa, you're going to get hurt, but you'll learn another lesson. And it feels like you're like, fuck that. Like, no, I've learned enough lessons. There's been enough character building in the recent future or the recent past. I don't want this, right? I don't want more of this. And I don't think that more of that is what is coming. But this has been your biggest resistance, is it's the way you feel about yourself. And I think that has a lot to do with the way that you speak to yourself. And that could also be a lot to do with the way that, like, that could have been inherited through the way that others have spoken to you, whether that is your parents, your caregivers, like the narratives that have been put in your head, right? A lot of our inner child wounding is around, like, I am not enough, I am not lovable, or I am too much. Basically just the belief that no matter what you are, you can't just be that. So that's your greatest source of resistance. And with the Page of Pentacles in reverse, it's about parenting yourself, like literally parenting yourself to make yourself feel held and secure and safe to evolve back into yourself, your true self. It's like when you're coming out of a triggered state, you need some space to rest so that your body can unclench, so that these old things, these old energies can be released and you can feel safe doing that, right? So there's elements to that. It's just dependent on what you need. So for instance, it depends what you're really longing, what you're really desiring. Look at what you're longing for in another or searching for outside of yourself, and then ask how you can give that to yourself. So if in another person you're like, I just want like reassurance, I want I want reassurance that I'm good enough, then you need to reassure yourself. And you also need to show up for yourself in ways that set yourself up for success, right? For that to happen so that you can validate yourself. But it's like whatever you're seeking externally, you try to do that in yourself. If you want consistency from someone else, but you break all of your promises to yourself, or you're not disciplined in your own life, offer yourself that and you'll feel much more secure. Okay, so that's coming through as the greatest resistance. A prominent influencing factor on your love life right now. So you have this Athena card of knowledge and the Knight of Cups in reverse. Again, it's you're realizing that you're becoming aware that you have the power to choose. You get to choose whether your heart is open or guarded. You get to choose whether you're defensive or compassionate, open, receptive, and vulnerable. Not in an exposed kind of way that weakens you, but in a soft way that allows you to be yourself, and to be flexible and to truly like connect in intimate ways with others as well. So, but this is this is an influencing factor. So yeah, it's this knowledge that's come into you. Is there anything else about that? I think you're seeing again just that you've been with the Knight of Cups in reverse. It's like cut off from that part of yourself, not severed off specifically, but cut off from in the sense that you weren't giving it attention, or you weren't feeding it or actively trying to heal or move in that direction, right? Like if you had kind of given up hope, then you were just focusing on other areas of your life and, kind of like that'll come when it comes, but not really wanting to look at your heart space because of the past pain and disappointment. Just kind of like, well, if this isn't moving forward, this area of my life, and that's okay. Like I'm fine with that because I only experience disappointment anyways. You're kind of seeing how what you've fed has kept you in a specific space or energy or experience around love, I think. there anything else about that influencing factor? There's something about, like, there's still a bit of defensiveness and ego around that. The Queen of Wands in reverse. That needs to be worked through. And the Hermit. There needs to be humility. The Hermit, yeah. There has to be deep internal reflection, honest reflection on yourself, your own actions, and like their consequences and how you got to where you are, like taking accountability and responsibility for the part that you did have to play, whatever that was. But yeah, the Queen of Wands in reverse and the Eight of Pentacles, there's a little bit of insecurity and ego that still needs to be worked through. It's like there's a part of you that doesn't really want to. You're at conflict about this knowledge that's being revealed to you and what it requires of you. There also could be someone else in your life that the way you've been functioning has it hasn't provided like consistency or stability, or it hasn't felt safe to them, or maybe it has irritated or hit on some of their insecurities as well. And if that's the case, then that would need to be worked through in order to resolve it. Like there would be a level of actual effort that would need to be put into that, because either trust was lost, or someone has been hurt or wounded a bit here, or made to feel insecure. Now that can still be built back, right? Stuff can be stabilized, stuff can be healed, stuff can be worked through. But in order to do that, there needs to be like, there would probably need to be some level of acknowledgement, apology, and then a change in behavior moving forwards, if that involves someone else as well. But that could just be you. Okay, so lastly, let's get you a little bit of advice, and then I will let you go, my darlings. Okay, so little bit of advice. The World in reverse. Yeah, there's a cycle in the present that is not, it's not closed out yet. It's your choice to close it based on the knowledge that you have now. But the choice requires vulnerability and openness, like complete openness. An innocent kind of openness. But your advice is to be honest with yourself here about what cycle or pattern hasn't totally closed out yet here. There's a lesson. This is Saturnian energy. The oracle cards that came out is reunion of souls and duality. It's kind of interesting because with the reunion of souls card, both of the birds are black here. But in the duality card, one of them is white and one is black. I feel like this is the same pairing. There's something here about how you perceive things, how limited you are in your perception of yourself and others as a result. If you see the infinite possibility and potential in you, if you see your own divine power, the strength of your own will and your own heart to move things, to shift things, then you see your own duality and you see it as a strength, right? If you don't see your own duality, your own infinite potential, and you don't know that you have that strength to work with another person in an infinite way as well, right? Then you're going to enter relationships in a really limited mind frame of like, okay, unless this person and I are like, you know, similar enough, then maybe it won't work. Or like anytime we don't see eye to eye, then it's almost like seeing duality or differences as something to feel hopeless about, or something, I don't know, really that brings an element of interestingness to a relationship, right? Having differences with someone. Obviously, you want to have the same level of integrity, most likely, morals, maybe beliefs, or whatever is most important to you. There's some things you don't want to compromise on, but overall, you know, being unique and being able to, it's not shape shift really, because it's not like, I'm not seeing it as like putting different masks on to deceive another. It's just, you really are infinite. You really are all things. So it's the ability to see the power in that and to be able to kind of change and flow with yourself and with another person in what is needed in the moment. Okay. I want to see what this says. Okay, so the Reunion of Souls card says there's a school of thought that says before our souls come to Earth, we make contracts or agreements with other souls. At one point in time, we appear in each other's lives to assist those involved in learning a lesson, being a catalyst for needed change, or to share in profound joy. When a person comes into your life to teach you a lesson, no matter the human form, no matter the human experience, this agreement is based in love. The human experience may be painful or extremely challenging. Acknowledge the depth of love needed for this contract to take place, and then let that go. The experience may have been profoundly moving, but ended abruptly or without reason. Again, be grateful and move on. Cherish the lessons and move forward into your life the way it was meant to be. Alternatively, this card symbolizes a profound soulmate relationship, whether it be between lovers, friends, or parents and children. Cherish the gift given. So I kind of get for some of you, it's both simultaneously. That's the cycle that's closing. Potentially past things that were not fortunate that you gave yourself to, or that kept you feeling very small, right? Those have been the things that have shaped the way that you've thought about love recently, or how much hope you've been able to feel, or faith you've been able to feel around love. And there could be, so it could be that you're releasing now, you're realizing, even if someone taught me a painful lesson in the past, they came into my life so that I could learn that, so that I could work through that challenge and then have a deeper love, have an authentic love, or a love that's really aligned with me. And I maybe didn't even know who I was before that experience, right? Sometimes we go through pain and we almost lose ourselves. And then through the remembering and rebuilding and refining of ourselves, we become the most us that we've ever been. It doesn't take the pain and suffering and challenge of it all away, but it makes it for something, at least. So this is about seeing the higher purpose in past experiences and then allowing those to dissolve, allowing like painful memory to resolve, allowing essentially yourself to forgive. But there also could be a beautiful soulmate relationship that's coming in as you evolve and align with your true self. Because that is when we pull in what's really meant for us, right? So about the duality card, it says black and white, good and evil, yes and no, up and down, and want, don't want. These are all examples of dualistic thinking. What if you banned these labels from your thoughts for a day? What would happen? Would the world end? Doubtful. Would some person get away with something? No. Would you attach less emotion to a bad situation or drama? Possibly. If that happened and there was less attachment to a situation, you could keep your vibration higher, which would enable you to deal more successfully with any situation that comes your way. Given enough time, most bad situations work out in the end. It's your chance or choice to be drama-free or spend a lot of time and energy wasted on a situation that will turn out okay in the end. What do you choose? Okay, so this is about not being like rigid and black and white in your way of perceiving and thinking, because that is super limiting, right? And it actually makes you a lot weaker as well. Like when you think of something rigid or something like think about like something with rigid form, like a glass vase, right? If you drop it, it is going to break, versus if you drop like a sponge, it's just going to bounce, right? So there's something about being, again, just being more flexible, but especially in the way that you perceive things and how you allow yourself to attach to situations as a result of your perception of them, right? Like, what is genuinely within your control within a certain situation? Does worrying about it actually determine how it turns out or have any positive effect? Does labeling it or someone or something a specific way like help you really, or does it shut you down or keep you attached to a negative energy around a person or experience, right? By being like, they're a bad person or that was traumatic. I'm not saying that it wasn't, but when we shift our way of perceiving to like, that was traumatic, but it also broke me down in a way that allowed me to find myself and love myself in the places that are the most profound and need it the most, which then allows me to return to an embodiment and expression of that self, which is incredibly fucking beautiful. Okay, so that's what I have for you. I think that it's just, is there anything else about this advice before I let group one go? Be with yourself to just witness your heart and witness your thoughts. Not from a place of like obsession and rumination, just observe, like notice them. Don't attach to them. Don't like ask questions about them necessarily. Just allow them to come. Allow yourself to really like feel into your truth. Because there is an evolution and an alignment happening. A lot of it is, there's a lot of energy and a lot of it is coming through your heart. Through your heart and your sacral is where I'm mostly seeing it. But then you're going to feel a strengthening through your whole core, it feels like. A confidence in your energy, a stabilization in your energy. Yeah, a confidence in your energy. The Knight of Wands. You're going to connect to, you're reconciling something here, your belief, your way of thinking about something that maybe you've been thinking about yourself from a disempowering and like ambivalent or disappointed sort of place. The truth is, if you're at peace about a new opportunity, then there will be peace around that new opportunity, most likely. But you're connecting through what you're resolving here, the closure of this cycle, requires you to acknowledge, right? Judgment comes right before the world. Resolve something so that it can close out. And then once you do that, you'll move with passion, conviction, genuine inspiration, not something you need to force, not life force energy that gets drained immediately, but inspired strength, purposeful direction, coming from the soul, coming from the heart. Okay? So when that comes, follow it. Trust it. It's the most you've been in a while, baby. You can trust it, okay? All right. I love you, group number 1. That's your reading. We are going to move on to group number 2. How are you guys doing? Let me see. I was covering the chat. How's it going? You appreciate the messages? Aw, thanks, Tim. Hi, Yair. What's up? Not hopeless, just no motivation. Yeah. That ended up coming out as the sort of connected to the lack of hopelessness, or the hopelessness, I mean. What's up, underdog? David, I call you out. I can't help. Can't help it. Try a question rule. Okay, awesome. No judgment. I will get to that at the end, and I will thank you, by the way, for your super chat, and I will timestamp it so that if you don't want to wait until the end, when you come back, there will be a timestamp for that, okay, for when your question is answered. When will the lesson stop? What's up, Soph? It sounds really low on your end. It's not. I turned the volume up on it before I started. You were late to join. What's up, Yasmina? Good morning. I already turned the sensitivity on the microphone up, so I don't think... And my laptop's not overheating currently, so hopefully you guys can hear me. Otherwise, that solution stopped working, which I hope it didn't. But okay, let's clear the cards. Let's clear the cards. Ugh. The volume's good on your end? Okay. Yes, I'm doing super chats in this reading. They're going to be done at the end, but there will be a timestamp. And if you guys want a super chat, just read the guidelines in the info box, okay? There's a little section that says super chats, and there's like a couple little notes. So before you guys get one, if you want to get one, check that out first, okay? Alrighty, darlings, let's clear these cards. That was deeper than anticipated, but we love a good deep-hearted reading. And I love you, group number 1. Okay. That message was pretty relatable, honestly. I've definitely been through that myself, and I understand how tender and like just what a mixture of energy and emotion there can be around that certain phase of evolution. So I feel you, babes. You can do it. Okay. Group number 2. Let's see. What's going on with you? Should I go to the washroom before I do group number 2? Thanks, boo. What up, boo? I'll get you at the end, okay? Okay. Let's see here. What's happening for my group number 2s? So, I think I'm going to run to the washroom quickly, actually, because I do anticipate each group being like an hour, like 40 minutes to an hour long, since that's usually how my pick a cards go. Okay. But then I'll come back. So group number 2 again is this deck with the Peridot. Okay. Let's see. Bring it back. Okay. All right. I'll be back in a minute, you guys. What's up, guys? I made myself a coffee quickly. Sorry to keep you waiting. You guys you're hitting up the super chats. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. And I hope you guys are doing well out there. Woohoo, super chats. Yes, this was a test run, I must say. I've been trying to figure out ways that I can do live streams that are not all signs, because those are long and I don't have the energy to do super chats at the end of them usually. But I was trying to find a way that I could, like a workaround, you know, some sort of other way that I could offer you guys super chats. So this was my test, and I think it might be working. This might work. We'll see how much energy I have at the end. All right. Okay, we're moving into group number 2. So probably take me it'll take me 5 to 10 to pull all of the cards from all of the different decks. So I'm going to put timestamps for both before the shuffling all the cards out and then when the actual reading just starts. Where's the... Okay. Put her over there. I need to finish a beverage. One of the 3 beverages that's on my table. So the cranberry juice has got to go. I don't have enough desk real estate for this. Okay. Excellent. Okay, group number 2. Let's see. Where are we at for time? Okay, here we go. So, the Peridot. Let's see. Okay, let's tune into group number 2's energy now. Can usher any residue from group 1 out so that we can get a clear and direct read on group number 2. Okay, keep that on me. Okay, I'm gonna have to give me a second to shuffle. I forgot that your deck is... I reset my decks by putting them back in order after, which is a practice that I really like doing, but then I forget that I have to shuffle them like extra well when I go to use them. Okay, let me turn this down. Okay. Group 2. The energies for group 2 in regards to love. Where they are at. Where did they come from? Where did they go? I'm so sorry. You're never going to get it out of your head now. But where did group 2 come from? Where are they going? What is happening in regards to love? For my beautiful group 2s, okay. Are you done being shuffled? Yep. All right. Weird. What's going on for you guys exactly? Okay, current stance on love. Okay. Welp. Where are you coming from? What's with the 7 of freaking swords? Okay. Is this the whole North Node in Aquarius just being like, "Bah, how you like me now?" Like, let's see some truths right off the get-go. So like Aquarius North Node to come in and be like, Pisces North Node was soft on you. It led you into a space of Delulu, and now we got to hit you with some cold fixed air truth all up in your face. So love that so much for us. Okay, that's where you're at now. Well, what's up with these energies? Okay. Change, resistance, silence, and factor, advice. Okay. This feels a lot like group 1. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep shuffling. I'm gonna cleanse the energy because it's so interesting. When I took a second to say, like, let's let the residue of group 1 leave. I don't always take a moment to do that, and I felt like I needed to, and it's still lingering because this is the same message. So I checked with my pendulum, trusty pendulum. We're gonna keep shuffling. I'm just gonna cleanse one more time. For some reason, that energy doesn't want to leave. So there's like a stubbornness about group 1's energy. If you're still around group 1, you could be struggling with that evolution, like specifically like surrendering to it. You could be just feeling a little bit, white knuckling it, or like you're a bit stuck right now. Yeah, it just does not really want to shift, or you could want to shift or be ready to shift, but you could also feel as though there's, where did I put the lighter? It's the couch, by the way. Okay, it's a very creaky couch. It's because it's a HIIII bed, I think. But what is that about group 1? You could be very ready to change, but there could be some old, like, stuck emotional residue that you're having a difficult time, like, I don't know, accessing, or you feel really vulnerable accessing it or something like that. But alas, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, group 1, because we're moving on to group 2. So I'm gonna have to usher you out now. Although I adore you. Just get you out of here. Okay. Let's give it a few more shuffles and see what's going on. I'm gonna re-timestamp you though, because weird. There's this distinct energy that I get when I am reading an energy that is like in motion, like in a current state of motion. It's very specific because it's kind of hard to pin down. I sort of have to like jump in the stream with it and just go along with it, with the way that I read energy. It's different than just like dropping into a still energy, if that makes sense. And I feel like right now, and this would make total sense based on the astrology, the date, like the 8/8 portal, all of these things. that there is a shitload of things in flux right now. It feels like there is this element of like fatedness. Not that we don't have control, but that actually that there's more power, influence, and control available to us than usually would be in an eclipse season, which is really interesting. And I don't know exactly what is adding that element, but that is what I am feeling. For that reason, there's a lot of things that are coming through as like clear in the right now, but like up in the air. Like there's active decision making, there's like things shifting. So also keep in mind that if something comes up in this reading, it either is shifting or it's very likely to shift, or you have the power to shift it if you want to, but nothing is really set in stone, I want to say, which is always the case with energy. Like energy can always shift. You can always change your mind. So that's all tarot usually ever is just a snapshot into where you're currently at. But yeah, I don't know why I feel the need to say that. So, okay. So interesting. But even the way that energy wanted to like just stream through and like follow us into group number 2 is kind of, it's interesting. It's like if you're not conscious and aware of what you're closing out though, and why you're closing it out, like it's a time of conscious alignment is what that feels like. You can align with whatever you want at this time, but you have to be conscious. You have to be honest with where you're currently at, acknowledge that honestly and humbly, and then you have to be honest with yourself about your own personal power and agency, and then actually take action to co-create, even if that is by like letting go of things that you know don't align with what you want, right? Whatever that looks like for you. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune and the World. There's major cycles closing right now. The 10 of Wands. Spirit is co-signing this message right now. There's an element that's not usually there, which is an influence that we have to spin the Wheel of Fortune, or we have the ability to turn the Wheel of Fortune or influence it to move at this time by closing major cycles out. And they may not be easy cycles to close. This is coming through as like karmic patterns, conditions, things that feel heavy, things that have felt fucking heavy for a long time. This is a collective message that's coming through, so I'm just gonna have to make a small note here. The collective message is somewhere here in the middle, but this is definitely a message for just us who are watching this, and based on like the current energetic forecast or something like that. I feel like that's very heavily going on. Is there anything else you want to say about that, Spirit, before I move into group 2? The 8 of Pentacles, it requires our work. It requires work, energy, effort, time, conviction, doing something out of devotion, doing something because you're passionate about it, not because you feel obligated. If you commit to obligatory responsibilities that drain your soul and energy at this time, you are not going to have a fun next phase. You're not going to have a good time. So no matter how much courage it takes of you, choose what fucking sets your soul on fire. Align yourself with what your heart actually wants. Like, do not do yourself the disservice of signing up for a cycle of bullshit or stagnancy or anything less than abundance, authenticity, and joy, because you deserve better, you know? Whatever cycle wants to close now, it's ready to close. Like, you've got the information, you've learned the lessons Saturn has shown you over and over again. And you're ready to do something a different way, but you have to know that you're ready, and you have to believe in yourself and then take the action to close the cycle. Okay. Okay. So let's pull the cards now for group 2. Okay, we're at Spirit. We're going on to group 2 now, so just so you know. No, I'm just kidding. Those were obviously important messages if they wanted to come through. Okay. All right, let's see. What's going on for group number 2, Spirit? All right. Your group wants to spit the cards out. They don't want to be pulled in sequence, so we'll just let them do that. So it already feels like you're a little bit more, it's not like about being ahead or behind of another energy or group. The Lovers, yeah. I feel like you're a little bit, if you're moving through the same thing, then you would be like a couple steps ahead of them in that, like in progress. But you moved through exactly what they're moving through now, kind of thing. It's just that you seem to be where they're still choosing, like they still have a choice. It feels like you are already asserting yourself in a particular direction. Like you're already moving energy, or you've already faced some really hard things maybe, and you could still be feeling insecure about those things. Don't get me wrong, but I think that you've just made a little bit more progress through something than I felt with group 1. Maybe I'm saying this as well because maybe some of you chose group 1 and group 2, and if that's the case, then I feel like group 1 is, it could be something that you've already come out of and you're more currently in the energy of this group, or just feel where you're at on the timeline if that's the case for you, okay? Okay, where's group 2 coming from? But yeah, because these cards want to spit themselves out, or they want to be like pulled out by me. There's an element of active engagement and participation with the energy that feels a little bit more active. That's beautiful. Okay. Let's see. And you just like, okay, too much. Your cards are very loud. There's definitely a lot shifting. One more card. Knew that wanted to come out by itself, and it's the Wheel of friggin' Fortune. Okay, so let's get your oracle cards and then get into that. Oh, God. group two's current state or stance regarding love? Okay. And their current circumstances. What's up next? Oh my gosh, okay, no, it's way too many. Just one at a time anyways. What's up next? One. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. What's happening? There's so much going on in the energy. I think that's kind of it. It's like a rushedness in the energy, or like there's like an urgency to this group specifically. That's why like more than one card keeps falling out at once. It's like just say one thing at a time. Do one thing. Take like one foot and put it in front of the other and just take it on like that. There's the need for that. Why is there so many cards coming out? Okay, tell me about this. I'm just going to pull them myself. Okay. Well, there's something about that as well. It's like the energy outside of you, group number two, it could be moving very quickly, and unless you consciously choose to direct it, like to be like, no, let's slow down, let me set my own pace. Like there's something about that. You know how to do that, how to ground yourself and how to stay present, intentional, in a state of integrity. So yeah, take your time to do that if things feel like they're going fast or there's pressure for whatever reason. Okay, last card. Yeah, that's... Okay. Let's see. Let's start. Okay, hi, group number two. So if you want to, some messages came through for you when I was shuffling your cards out and putting them down. So you can check you can go back a little bit, or there's a timestamp to watch from before, from when I shuffle, basically, if you want to check those out. But yeah, let's get into your reading. This is pretty interesting. We'll start with the current stance you have around love, and we'll unpack things and move through from there, okay? So that came out as the Queen of Wands in reverse. With two oracle cards. So there's Inspire in reverse and Forgiveness in reverse. It's interesting. At first, I thought this was the same card as group one had, but it just because of the Inspire, but it's not. The other one whatever one they had was like the trigger statement was, I'm uninspired or something like that. Okay, so this one, it's the energy of being stuck. I am stuck. Allow yourself to float up above any thoughts or emotions and see what is needed for you to process them and move forwards. And then forgiveness, which is renewing in reverse. I did not deserve this. Allow the labels of judgment to disappear. See the situations and individuals through your heart. Forgive yourself. Okay. The third eye and the heart chakra are highlighted here. With the Queen of Wands in reverse energy, that's really making me feel as though you have felt confused or drained, cut off from your own, like, the power of your own life force energy and inspiration. You could feel like you've been confused or you've doubted your own intuition a lot, like you've felt stuck. But also with the heart in reverse here, it's like that's because you've been fixated or there's something you haven't been able to release or reconcile. Forgive, whether it was like a past experience with someone else or whether it was something that you need to forgive yourself for, or both. And oftentimes there are elements of both if we go through something like really difficult or traumatic, because there's usually an element of needing to, once you get to the point, this point in the healing where you acknowledge what it was within you and your lack of healing that kept you somewhere toxic or that put you in a specific situation or aligned you with something. Maybe like you acknowledge your part in something. And then there can be shame or guilt or different things around that acknowledgement that need to be forgiven. So you basically show yourself compassion for like not knowing what you didn't know when you didn't know it or something like that. But it could also be forgiving someone else. But there's something you felt stuck, like you can't get past something. You can't stop thinking about something. And there's the requirement here to like rise. It's tied to difficult emotion or heavy emotion, like feeling bitter, resentful, wounded, hurt, like attacked, victimized. Something that happened, you had a strong judgment of it, of something or of a situation or an individual. And now in order to move forwards and reconnect with your own confidence, your own like spirit knowing, clear knowing, basically your own like discernment and flow of inspiration, you have to lighten what's being carried in your heart to clear up that like that blockage. It feels like it's a heart. There's like it's like a congestion of energy that I'm feeling around the heart space. Just like breathing really deeply at this time and consciously like see yourself, visualize yourself breathing out. What I usually visualize would be like smoke, and then based on like how black or gray or light or whatever the smoke is, I can kind of tell like the nature of the energy that I'm pushing out, right? But so breathe deeply, and with every inhale, see like clear light energy coming in that helps push out or fill the space that you're releasing, right, from. And then with every exhale, see yourself releasing that, and do that until the exhales are clear, until you're seeing them as clear, right? That's, and if that resonates with you, that's something that I do sometimes and it helps me. But yeah, it feels like your current stance around love is that you're not super confident because you felt stuck on something or someone, and you haven't fully processed it or been able to move forwards from it. So there's like a renewal in the heart space and in your perception that wants to take place, but it does require forgiveness. And I feel like you haven't been very inspired to move beyond something. Yeah, justice. Because you're vindicated. There's something that someone did or said or whatever. Yeah. And it wasn't fair. It wasn't right. What's the other card that fell out? The Sun. Okay. You feel like you have a very clear perspective on what's actually fair in a certain situation, or just fair for you overall, like what you deserve, what you bring and what you deserve to a relationship, for a relationship, right? What you bring to it and what you deserve from it and what you desire from it. I think you want something that is that matches you, something that is your equal, your balance, right? Then there can be harmony. Okay. But yet there's this insecure, stuck sort of energy. So I feel like this is what you haven't really been able to get beyond. What's behind that? The Sun and Justice. Like, what actually occurred? I don't know if it's important that I even ask that. There's something that you moved forwards and you didn't have the truth about something or someone. And so you didn't have the chance to make an informed decision because there's information that was withheld from you, it feels like. You worked on something that you had hope for, and it just feels as though you didn't get what was fair or what you were working towards. But there's a clarity that's kind of like a harsh, like blatant clarity, something that you see that can't really be unseen. And it's what you're actually worth and what is deserved. And it's almost like this contrast of seeing like what is just and fair and seeing yourself clearly, maybe seeing how you feel insecure and then being like, okay, well, something that is just and fair would not have me feeling this way, you know, wouldn't be treating me in such a way, or would have more consideration, or I don't know, be more balanced so that the overall structure or foundation of a connection feels stable and solid and like safe, right? Whatever it is, you're seeing it pretty clearly that it's like you, through seeing clearly what you do deserve and what you desire, you're like, that was not it, you know? Or this current thing that I'm in is not it, because this is the energy that I hold and I deserve it. I deserve that returned to me. I deserve the love and light and passion that I put into things given back to me in turn, you know, returned to me in some way. I deserve to be fulfilled just as much as I fulfill. Okay. And that is very true, my dear. So let me just shuffle this better because I couldn't with my leg up like that. Anything else about that? No, they want to move on to like where you're coming from here. Okay. So where you are coming from. There's a lot of Leo energy here for you guys, a lot. There's also some Libra and Aries that are really, really prominent. Okay, so Strength in reverse and the Five of Wands in reverse. This is where you're coming from in regards to love specifically. Okay. Okay. So I really like this. This is what has brought you the clarity, I think, about what it is that you actually want, need, require, are worth, you know, all these things. And it looks like in the recent past here, or where you're coming from, it looks like that included, I think that this is you, strength in reverse, choosing to be vulnerable and come from a place of, I'm seeing you speak your truth, or yeah, there's an element of expression I feel like is here. An expression that came from a non-conflicted place within you. It's like you chose to say or act exactly what is in your heart and spirit without convoluting that from an authentic place, basically. And you chose to be vulnerable in that expression. So you took your defenses down, and this was conscious and intentional. You could have cleared something up with someone, like shared something with them in hopes of, I don't know, in hopes that like sharing that would help them understand better where you were coming from, or that being vulnerable with someone would help them feel safe to be vulnerable with you. But whatever your reason was, I think underneath this, though, this could have been somewhat like a last ditch attempt on your behalf. Not a last ditch, but like there's this feeling of you having this specific insecurity that came from somewhere very particular. And it's like underneath whatever you shared, while I do think that was still powerful and the right thing to, like, a good thing to do, right? Underneath there's like, you're keeping something to yourself, and it's that you do feel drained. You do feel uninspired. You do feel like there's this like lack of energy that you once had a lot of. You once couldn't wait to move forwards towards something, and now you don't have the emotional conviction. And I think that you've seen a lot that hasn't worked and a lot that has disappointed you consistently. And you feel like you see something really clearly right now, maybe even in context to or contrast to like what you've become aware of that you know you desire and deserve, right? Who you are and what kind of relationship or connection or the kind of person you can actually see existing next to you based on who you know yourself to be. Because it's big dick energy, babe. It's big dick energy. And not just anyone can roll with you. But there's like this sadness or insecurity around that awareness. You might need to get yourself unstuck from something that stressed you out by speaking about something. But it feels like when you speak about something, you're disappointed because of someone else's lack of awareness or capacity to like, well, what is that? If that's important. Okay. Someone else just might not be where you are. Like they're not seeing themselves clearly, I feel like, so they're a little bit more erratic. Yeah, they're not really able to see you or them in a way where they see you clearly as like someone who's secure, knows who they are and what they're saying. Like they may respect you for opening up in an emotional or vulnerable way, but it's like they're not seeing you or themselves clearly. And I don't think that really has much to do with it doesn't have to do with this action that you took in the past to express yourself authentically. Because I think you did express yourself authentically, even though under the surface you were like, I'm fucking tired. And my hope has been worn down, but I'm still going to tell this person how I feel. Or I'm still going to express the truth of my heart, you know. You said what you feel you need to say. But there's this kind of sad feeling underneath, like you almost, a part of you believes maybe that you said or did something. Like, it's almost like it was a part of your own closure around something. Like you feel as though something might end, or this could be the end of something. And so there's something that you wanted to say or express, but there's this feeling underneath it, like, but it won't make a difference anyways, maybe. That's not a reason to not do or say something. But there's this sort of feeling like that. Anything else about this, where group 2 is coming from? If this doesn't involve somebody else, then you could have just become very clear with yourself as to why certain things are not coming together, why like basic foundations aren't able to be built in your relationships. Like you could have been very clear with yourself about how you lead. Like you're very confident, but in relationships, there's insecurities that get triggered that cause you to, it's like a certain energy gets amplified in relationships for some reason, that it's almost coming through as like a certain kind of wound happened through a relationship. So it also needs to be healed through relationship, right? Like if there's a betrayal wound, a deception wound, then you need a healthy relationship to come in to rebuild trust and intimacy and things like that. But it's also the most difficult thing to heal those kinds of wounds through connection, right? Because it asks us to be intimate and vulnerable, and we don't want to do that. We're like, could we just heal all of this just on my own time in isolation? But you can't. Psychologically speaking, wounds that are formed a certain way, sometimes there's an element of them that need to be healed in that same way for the healing to really like penetrate the wounded space. But I'm seeing that being a difficulty. It's like in every other area of your life, you could be so confident, balanced, and just like glow effortlessly. But then when it comes to love, certain insecurities get triggered, or you end up like overthinking about things, the ways things went in the past that shut you down to love, the things you didn't deserve. And that could be, again, because you're more clear now than you've ever been on like what you do deserve. Yeah, because I'm seeing it as like an in contrast kind of thing almost. But then if this is just by yourself, then it's like you've been vulnerable with yourself in the recent past. You've been like, all right, let's cut through the inner tension. Let's cut through the inner conflict. Let's sit with oneself maybe and like look at what hasn't worked in the past or what hasn't been working so that I can reestablish a new structure that is going to be more successful. Or there could have also been an element of cognitive dissonance here where it's like what your beliefs may have changed, or your values, your personal values or beliefs. And so then actions need to shift maybe to align with a new belief system that you have. Like actions or habits need to shift, and that could have to do with what you, like your standards in relationships essentially, or your standard with yourself, with how you show up in relationships. Like maybe you're going to be like, okay, I see that I sort of sabotage because of my anxious attachment style or something like that. So then maybe you're being honest with yourself and you're like, here's what I have healed. Here's what still needs to be worked on. Here's what I know I require based on the growth that I've already done to feel safe. And then for the rest of the healing to still happen, where there are still some insecurities. And that is so fucking okay. You know, that's actually really refreshing, because people tend to think that like you're either healed and ready for a relationship or you're not. And that is total fucking bullshit. It's like No, no one is ever just fully healed all the time. Like, we're always going through things, new things are getting pulled up, or old things are getting pulled up, new experiences are taking place. Like, the best you can do is be honest about where you're at, what you need with where you're at, and what that's your standard or that is your requirement for the now. And that's allowed to change, of course. But if you're still healing like an insecure attachment style or something like that, then it's not going to be the best time for you to date someone who's super free spirited and inconsistent and in and out and just, you know, like peace and love, babe. We don't have to put a label on it. It's like that kind of thing isn't always detrimental. But if you're in an anxious attachment style and you're being triggered currently, or you're still moving through or working through like betrayal trauma or something, then you need a partner that feels safe. Like, your needs will be different. So I feel like you've been honest with yourself about that in the recent past. Where you're at in your transformation, what has changed and what hasn't. But if this is about your relationship with another person, then you're also looking at that. You're like, it's had this much time to transform. These things have not shifted, and so it's almost like you're slowly like closing something out. But it's like you're walking towards the door, but you know, like when you're hanging out with someone and then it takes them like an hour to go from like, they're like, oh, I gotta go, and then so I like take 2 steps towards the door, and then you have like a whole conversation, then like go to the washroom and then come back to the couch, and then they're like, oh, I was going, and then like you walk to the door and then they take like half an hour putting their shoes on and you're laughing and stuff. It's like, it's kind of giving me that. It's something where, and why do we do that? Because we don't really want to leave, or we don't really want that person to leave. I feel that in my heart. Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, so where you're at right now is the Tower and the Knight of Cups in reverse. Okay. With the Milky Way perspective. All right. It's all coming up roses still, I promise. Okay, even if it doesn't feel like it. Whatever's crumbling down now was never on solid ground to begin with. It was either manifested from an insecure or an insecure place, or a place where you weren't in empowered alignment with yourself, where you didn't have clear perspective, the Milky Way. It's like something was blurry, something that you've been working yourself out of or healing from things have been a little bit hard to always see totally clearly. But you've moved through some level of healing, because now this is becoming like, you're becoming very aware here. You're getting out of your head. You're getting out of this like tension, this activated space. And you've been able to do some actual clear reflection on like what forward motion looks like and what your authentic self looks like when you're just existing, when you're not trying. And again, like, what does it look like to have another being doing the same thing next to you, being who they are? Like, how does that work? How do you see that? What's the Tower? Whoa, that literally shot way over there. The Chariot. See, you're letting go of one thing. It has to be released through forgiveness, though. You're right in the middle of this. You're not through the transformation yet, but you are dropping it. You are working through it, because you know that you can't fully embrace joy and fulfillment and balance until you let go of holding on to something that doesn't represent that, right? So you're letting go the Ten of Swords in reverse of whatever that old hurt was so that you can shift your perspective or perception, the Six of Swords, to move forwards. But you're being guided by the warmth and courage of your own heart, the conviction of your own heart. There's something that is lighting you up. It's inspiring you to be vulnerable. It's showing you something about yourself very clearly. It's kind of interesting because group 2, I almost feel like your feeling of like sadness, like I have to let this go. There's almost like this really heavy feeling. For some reason, I don't feel like what you're letting go of is the same thing as if you're expressing yourself vulnerably from a genuine, authentic place, an intimate place to someone. I don't think that's the same person that you're having to forgive and release the stuck energy from or surrounding. But you could fear that you've already, like, I don't know, that too much has happened, or that there's like a stagnancy or a heaviness around this. There's definitely a feeling where you don't feel convinced that you're not just going to lose everything, or that like the tower's not shaking everything away. But yet underneath the tower is coming the Chariot. So it's like when the smoke is clearing from the tower, what you're seeing is the direction of your heart's true desire. And if you're being pulled passionately with conviction towards that, then that is clear perspective. So don't mistake that as more of just like the Milky Way, because that's actually like, if you're expressing yourself vulnerably to someone, there might be shame or insecurity around the way that like you've sabotaged this relationship, or you've shown up as maybe not totally yourself in some ways because of the healing and stuff you've been doing, or because of your past experiences and the way you hadn't fully transmuted or forgiven or released all that energy just yet. I'm just hearing disproportionate. It's like there's a level of feeling like nothing can save something, or something's already dead and gone, irreversible. I'm hearing all these terms. But your inspired desire does not like lead you astray. When you're connected to your inspired flow of desire, that's your higher self talking to you and guiding you. And it will not guide you in a direction where that you're going to be deceived, betrayed, brokenhearted. It will lead you towards your highest and best good. I want to know what this Knight of Cups in reverse is. Here. Okay, they're just telling me. Okay. Yeah. The Seven of Cups, the Four of Swords. It's a choice here, somewhat like group number 1 had. You and group 1 could be like two sides of the same coin, like two people in a connection with one another, just like dealing with it from different sides. There seems to be like a thread of connection between the two. If that resonates with you. But the Knight of Cups in reverse is you. And the Tower right now is meant to reveal with clarity where you've actually been muddying the waters, your own waters, or making things more, like you haven't been feeling, okay, because you haven't been at peace. That has been impacting your emotional state, okay? And then because your emotional state has been a little bit turbulent or confused, or you've been feeling a very large array of things, it's been hard to pin down what you actually think, believe, and feel, and like what is true and what's motivated by what, and what's leaving and being flushed out and not, you know, in alignment with your abundance and your path forward and what is. But you've still been kind of seeing through this insecure lens because that transformation or transmutation hasn't fully happened yet. So what this tower, what this like the shaking away of everything that you don't have desire or energy for anymore, the things that keep you stuck, the things that you have heavy memories or emotions around that you're letting go of and forgiving, what's left is true conviction and inspiration that's coming from a higher place, and that is giving you perspective. It's showing you how through not being at peace here, it's like you're not, there's something about how you've been a little bit detached from your heart space that you're not seeing just yet. But you need to see that in order to fully embrace and trust the chariot, or your heart's like desire and the direction and determination that that wants to move you with. Because I think the Knight of Cups in reverse, it's what I was talking about before, where like you might be taking specific action, but from a place of internal disbelief. And a lot of things have more to do with like our intention or the energy that we're putting into them than the actual action itself, right? A lot of things are like that in life, like a surprising amount. It's more about the energy you bring to something and not necessarily how perfectly you do it or how you even like the actual action or engagement that you put towards something. So if you vulnerably spoke a truth, right, but you did it from a place of having already given up, and therefore you might have been speaking your heart's truth, but there maybe wasn't really like the feeling of heart being in it fully, or there's still a sense of you being, even if there was feeling of heart in your action, it's almost like you don't fully believe it anymore. What's the Knight of Cups in reverse? Yeah, the Hanged Man. It's, I think it's, you know, that something maybe, okay, dream with me for a moment here. Could it possibly be that you're more afraid deep down that something actually is in alignment with your path forward, but something about that makes you realize which insecurities you still have left to conquer or to integrate or acknowledge? It's almost like something is a path of your is part of your path forwards maybe, but there's a part of you that in order to stay safe or not exposed, or because you're tired or insecure, it kind of is like putting it on hold by taking action but not totally being like open-hearted. There's a higher perspective you're having about this though right now, like currently. So that could have just been something more in the past. Yeah, maybe that's part of what's shifting. Like I feel like this, you did come from the heart. Like this does not feel detached from the heart at all. This feels like very real and vulnerable, but maybe for the first time in a while, you actually had the energy or the inspiration to open that part of yourself up. I feel like this Knight of Cups in reverse that you're gaining perspective on is like how you've been in the recent past, kind of like, or for the last bit, before you kind of became a little bit more open and vulnerable. You're gaining higher perspective on that now. How maybe more action like this is what is really needed. Like, you could be seeing how because you've been feeling insecure, it's extra scary to then be vulnerable, like about what you're feeling insecure about how you're truly feeling about someone, right? If you're afraid, insecure, doubting, healing, or like bringing up old wounds and memories in order to release them, like that's a lot of energy to be dealing with that could make you feel sensitive, right? So it's almost like there's a part of you that feels a bit more comfortable or has. Now you're seeing this now, like staying somewhat detached or being a bit in your ego, like protecting yourself a little bit. And maybe you were still going through the motions and like reciting certain things or acting in a specific way, but it wasn't coming from like the true belief that you held in your heart, which maybe wasn't hopeful or wasn't really, it's like, wasn't really solid. You weren't solid on your own inner truth around something, the inner truth of your heart, because the stuff that you've been moving through and releasing and healing, it's like things have been a little bit confusing. You've been establishing a new state of balance, but while you were doing that, it required you to be a little bit imbalanced or emotionally charged or something like that. In order to heal the insecurities and acknowledge them, you needed to kind of be with them, or you needed to be with your shadow, right? So then there's an element of that where you're seeing how that work required you to not lead with the heart as much, but you want to do that now because I think you actually feel that something is for you. The heaviness of something isn't surrounding something that your heart wants to move towards. It's more around what you're releasing and then like the implications of that and what you haven't been discerning or seeing with complete clarity, because of like this kind of, you haven't really been in a state of internal harmony while you've been sorting through certain things and establishing that balance. Okay, so in the near future, or what's coming up next in your love life, is the Four of Wands in reverse, the Ten of Pentacles. Interesting. And this card, keeping still, meditation, self-renewal, composure, detachment, self-acceptance, equanimity, and serenity. Okay. This feels healthier, which is good. It feels like you might not be totally comfortable like welcoming someone super, super intimately into your energy in regards to maybe like physical intimacy, sexual intimacy, or like just opening up like just spilling your guts, you know, or even like giving a lot of time and energy and effort to something just yet. But you are interested in creating a solid and secure, like something that's solid and secure and real. The Ten of Pentacles, you could be a little bit more focused on your own. This feels a bit personal. Like you are meditating as you're moving through this phase of self-renewal. You're kind of healthily detached while you gain this new perspective is what this feels like. But it's not coming from a place of being detached. It's coming from a place of observing from a space of self-acceptance and truth. So you're recalibrating with your personal truth and vision and intuition and your heart, right? So things are becoming more clear as you go on. It kind of feels like you feel a little bit more comfortable in the immediate future, still having some, like working through some things on your own, giving yourself time and space, like not pushing anything, not letting anyone push you, not moving too fast, but still working towards the ultimate goal of something solid, I think. It's just you're not you're being really honest with yourself about what that is as more reveals itself to you. But these things are being revealed to you through the time that you're, feels like, taking in a disciplined way to like actually put aside and be still and be like consciously present with yourself through this renewal process, this rebirth process, this like stabilizing process. After the tower comes the star. There's a healing and like a renewal of hope that's available, which is kind of beautiful. It just requires a little patience. So I see you giving yourself that in the near future. But you're asking, like, what is the 10 of Pentacles and the 10 of Cups to me? Is group 2 aligned with this already? Yes, but you're still dropping heavy energy, so the transformation hasn't totally happened yet. So it's what we already said. There's a disappointment that you're dropping from the past, and you're not finished working through that just yet. So I think in the near future here, you know that you're doing this, so you're giving yourself the space, privacy, and like self-nurturing and care to do that in peace. So for that reason, you could be thinking heavily of what you want to create with someone, what you do feel like you're aligned with, or that someone is like meant to be a part of this with you, maybe. At the same time, though, it's like you're really clearing up and establishing that truth within yourself before actually moving on it or taking action. Or really, really intimately opening up and allowing someone else to know where you're at with something. There's a lot of energy, though. There's 3 10s on the table. Like, there's the Death card, the Chariot, the Tower, the Hanged Man, Strength, the Sun, Justice. It's a lot. So yeah, there's a lot. So I understand this is probably a great approach, honestly, in the near future. It's probably the most responsible and mature and tuned in approach for where you're at. So yeah, just keep on taking one step at a time there, babe, because you are working through it. It's just a lot. Okay, so your challenge or resistance, the greatest challenge or resistance is the King of Cups in reverse. Okay. I want to see if that's primarily you, but whoever that is, it feels like it's there's an honest sharing and an intimate sharing of emotion, like a pouring out, an emotional release that wants to happen. I can hear my Rottweiler whining, but I can't tell if he's outside whining to come in or if he's inside whining to go out. I'll check in between group 2 and group 3 if he keeps whining. This King of Cups in reverse that's not a manipulation or a detachment of connection to one's intuitive and emotional self. That feels like the opposite. It could be, though, that because of the intensity of what someone... Okay, so if this is just you, then the greatest resistance or challenge is the sheer intensity of, like, what it is you truly intuit and feel as that all comes back online, right, for you. it's like I just said, it's just a lot to move through. So just give yourself that time and ground and be compassionate and gentle with yourself, okay? Give yourself the rest and time you need. If this is someone else, then there's an intensity of emotion that they also feel for you. And it could be hard to stay you're both releasing a lot of grief in order to leap out into something totally new. I feel like the weight of your own emotions and your own truth coming in is enough to already be like a bit destabilizing for you, which is why you need to be present and grounded and quiet and nurturing with yourself, right? But it's like when you and this person, if you have a strong emotional or psychic connection, it could be especially difficult, like if their energies come surging through, right? If you're tuned into not just your own grief, but also someone else's grief, and you both feel super intensely or deeply, because the King of Cups is scorpionic energy, right? So it goes really deep. Then that could be a lot. So yeah, tell me about this King of Cups in reverse as the challenge. I think that's all that it really is, though. There's an intensity of emotion and, yeah, the Star. You're choosing a deep level of healing. Again, the Star comes after the Tower, so you're moving through the Tower and into the Star. If this is just you, then you're having to be, like, very honest with yourself and clear with yourself, right? Which is okay, but it just requires you to like let all of this move through you, this emotion that feels like a lot. Something could also be happening with like Pluto in Aquarius as well at this time for you. Like maybe some of you have Venus in Aquarius and that's being revolutionized if Pluto is near your Venus, or if Pluto in Aquarius is really near your anything in your chart, then something's being revolutionized. So you might want to check that out. But this is either you doing that deep healing and just facing all the emotion that comes up with it, or you're both doing, you and someone else are both choosing to do this deep healing, and just so much is coming up with it. And the Star is also an energy of sensitivity, right? Sensitivity. I'm feeling though like there could be a telepathic, if this involves someone else, a telepathic or a psychic sensitivity like between the two of you guys, like a channel. So the resistance or challenge could be knowing what is yours and what is not, and then balancing or moderating that intensity between yourself and someone so that you don't get destabilized and thrown off. So that requires like conscious and intentional being present and giving one another, having basically, I think it just thundered outside and I'm so excited about it. Is it gonna storm again like it did the other night? Yes. But it has to do with then having clear boundaries and then respecting one another's boundaries as you both move through your respective like healing journeys and things come up and out for you. Basically holding space for yourself and each other, but knowing clearly what is yours and what is not. Coming into alignment with like being able to have healthy co-regulation with another person where maybe there used to be some form of dysregulation, okay? And this is happening so that you can move through fear into like a whole different way of being, whether it's just you or you and someone else. Okay, so an influencing factor, my nose is itchy, on your love life is this card, Ma'at, Truth. And then the Two of Wands came out in like sideways and it didn't want to pick away. So it feels like there's a decision half made because truth is still being revealed. So it's either you have only partially made a decision And they just want you to know the influencing factor is that truth is still being revealed. Truth is still coming in. Insecurity and bitterness or heaviness is still being cleared. So if you're still not totally certain on a choice, it's because your perspective or perception isn't totally clear yet, because you're still moving through this energy. You will have clear conviction when you're through, and then you'll be able to make the choice. But it's kind of like this is an influencing factor. So it feels as though the information has to be received. Was it this group that I said you didn't make an informed decision because you didn't have all the information? I think I said that at the very beginning of your reading. So yeah, that's still the influencing factor. Is this for just you or for someone else that you're dealing with as well, though? Come here. If this is someone else making a choice or being uncertain about a choice, tell me more about that. I think it's both of you. If there's an involvement of another person, I think it's both of you that you're still receiving. Yeah, the Emperor in reverse, the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, Temperance in reverse. Someone else could be seeing what hasn't worked because there's been a lack of balance, harmony, or moderation in their own life that's caused them to be insecure or undecisive and hold on to isolation because they just didn't have the answer. Like they did not know. And so it feels like someone was very avoidant just because they knew that something required an answer or a decision and they did not know what to do. So I think that they dealt by like avoiding something. But yeah, this is the influencing factor and it's coming from both of you. There's an indecisiveness. You're getting there. It's just that when you have the full information or truth, you'll be fully clear on the answer and there will be this energy of decisiveness and assuredness about your decision that will come from both you and this person. Okay, so your final piece of advice, it is the Wheel of Fortune and this card, Feminine Energy. Okay. Okay, let's read this Feminine Energy card from the deck here. Okay, so it says darkness, the moon, the tides, the quiet gestation before the chaos, the void. These are all aspects of feminine energy: passive, waiting, gestating, and nurturing. It's the opposite of the prior card, which is masculine energy. So very different, yet the perfect companion. Perhaps you've yet to find your own feminine side. The life you're leading right now has given you opportunities to embrace this part of you, but between the two opposing energies, feminine energy is the harder one to embrace. It requires trust and lack of fear. Trust that all is as it should be and the absence of the fear of things not getting done. Trust that all is as it should be. What? Trust that all is as it should be. Yeah, and the absence of the fear of things not getting done. So you have to be able to not be afraid of not being basically like productive. Perhaps in the past you'd been hurt when you were embracing your feminine energy physically or mentally. This was the free will of the person who hurt you. It was not caused by being who you are. Do not let the actions of another dictate who you need to be. Examine your feminine side and become friends with her again. This could also represent that you're a very important feminine energy in someone else's life. Okay. So being in your feminine energy is what is actually going to bring you fully around to what you want and what is fair and what is aligned and fulfilling to your authentic soul and your true essence. Okay, so this current energy, you moving through this process that you can't rush, that you just need to feel your way through, uncomfortable as that is, right? That's actually an opportunity to sink into and find ease within, trusting this more nurturing, receptive energy of gestation. Just knowing that, like, I've planted the seed in the ground. I don't need to dig it up every 2 days and see what's happening with that, right? That would in fact be more harmful to the overall process of what it is that I'm trying to bring into being. So yeah, it's not easy. Feminine energy, embodying and expressing it, is harder to embrace than the masculine, because there is no real like doing about it. There's no like assertion, force, or pushing. There's a drawing in by being in the energy of certainty, of trust, and casting fear out or dissolving fear out of your aura through that. Faith from the heart, faith from your intuitive knowing, right? So that is why it's so important that you sit with the emotions and the inner knowing that's revealing itself to you, right? The heart and the third eye chakra. It's your knowing and your feeling that is, it's allowing yourself to work through forgiveness back into inspiration and clarity. That is the process that's taking you exactly to what you want. Your destiny, your abundance, it will all be fulfilled. The process is actually the means to the end of that. So be with yourself through this process, this gestation period that you can't rush anyways. Let it be what it is. And I think understand as well that there's also an element of someone else going through something, if there is another person involved for you, that they also need this time for some reason as well to work through the intensity of what's healing within them and what's coming up. And they're not avoiding something anymore if they did in the past, and neither are you. But when that's ready to be faced, like when you each have gained your own individual clarity, you'll be able to face something with clarity and direction together. Okay? So you'll know when that is. All right. Is there anything else at all for group 2 before I let them go? No. That is it, my friends. So that's your reading, group number 2. And damn, it's literally been exactly an hour for both of the readings. Like down to the minute pretty much. So that's dope. Okay. So we're moving on to group number 3 now. Group 3. Ugh. Okay. I need to get up and stretch again. Yeah. These energies are like so interesting. However, there's a lot of, how can I even explain this? Sometimes explaining like how I read energy, like the intuitive process, is difficult to put into words, you know? It's just, I guess, like how I kind of explained it earlier, when energies are moving and shifting, they're just a little bit harder to like pin down. It's not even that you're pinning it down, but when they're moving, you're having to like move with them and read something as it's unfolding or shifting. So it's a little bit, it's not harder, it's just a different vibe. A different vibe. Okay. So, oh gosh. Is that thunder? I know that it is. I'm going to open the window a bit. Okay. We'll use the fresh air to cleanse the space a bit before we move into group number 3. I don't know why my head just wants to be itched. Don't mind me, guys. It's because it's tingling on top. It's been tingling since like the 3/4 of the way through group number 2 I was reading. So, but it's tingling like at the back of my crown here, which is interesting. Yeah, it's like something you don't see coming, but it's coming in from like, from you. It's coming up from within you. But it's very interesting. It's like it's not coming up necessarily from, no, it's simultaneously coming up from your emotional depths, but also from like the depth of your consciousness in equal parts, which is really interesting. Okay, I'm going to go to the washroom. I'm going to open the window. We're going to cleanse a little bit. And we're going to get into group number 3. Group number 3. Yay. Yeah, the energies are very interesting though. I'm vibing with it, to say the least. I hope that you guys are getting the messages that you need. Let me actually see what's going on in the chat. Are you guys saying anything? Are you talking? What's going on? Okay. Hello, hello. Group 2 is crawling out of the pits. Yes, they are. You downloaded an extension for Firefox to raise the volume. Well, you can hear well at 250%. That's an issue with yours. What's going on with your volume or speakers then? Because other people said that it wasn't an issue with me. Damn. What's happening? Okay, we got some more super chats. Thanks, guys. All right. This reading isn't for you, but you know who it's for. Ooh. What's up, Star Lover? Hello. This, to Aries, that was number 2. Yes, we are just finishing. What's up, Pillow Talk? What's up, Tanya? Aw. Thank you. I'm glad you found them, too. I'm glad you found me. Good. Good, good. The people that are resonating. An emotional weather balloon. Nemo. Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. I'm like the turtle. I'm like, yeah, dude. Just go with the flow. All right. Okay. Let me take a break, a little breather. Yeah, every time I come out of the energy, I'm like, okay, let me just take a second. All the energies are very intense and like in motion, but also like directed in slightly different ways. So it's like, pull me out of the depth of that. And then let's go back into something else again. Okay. Let's see. I'll be right back, okay? It goes where the wind blows. Yes. It's interesting how our thoughts and emotions are so connected. We must have power over both. Mastery over both, I should say. Or moderation. really need to stretch a little bit. Stretch my legs a slight amount. Okay. Let's just cleanse the energy again in between. Not that I feel like it super needs it, but yeah, moving into eclipse season, it makes sense that the energies are super intense. So I'll just give them a little extra kind of care. Leave the window open because it sounds so nice with the rain. Okay, babes. Let's see. Group 3. Okay, so you guys are the Kiwi Jasper in this deck. Okay, so let's see. Let's like put this in my pocket. I don't know why. I want your crystal in my physical pocket. There could be something. I don't know what that's to do with, but let's see. Okay, 3. Okay. All right. Group 3. So we're going to start pulling your cards now. There will be another timestamp for when I actually start doing the reading, although I get a lot of intuitive downloads while I pull the cards too. So if you want to check that out, I recommend sticking around. But let's just see what comes out for you here. Okay, I'm going to move this over the chat again so I don't get distracted by you guys, but I love you. I'll talk to you at the end of group 3. Okay. Oh, the thunder sounds so nice. What is that? Okay. What's going on for group number 3? The collective that chose or is choosing group number 3 with the Kiwi Jasper. The green tarot deck, and the itchy nose, and the thunder backscape or soundscape in the background. It's interesting because I'm feeling like the energy of the calm after the storm, or like that really fresh, amazing smell. Amazing smell of like after it rains, the earth. I'm getting just this like this quiet though that you haven't, whether that's like a symbolic quiet, like an internal peace sort of thing, or whether that is like actual quiet around you, like things are slowing down and you're able to relax a bit more. Something is tempering out. Something is like balancing out, it feels like, with you guys, or it's soon to, maybe. Okay, let's see if your deck is ready to be... The cards are ready here. Yeah, okay. All right, so group number 3. Let's look at what's happening in love for group number 3. Okay. coming from? I knew it. It's almost like I'm psychic or something. I love when the cards just say exactly what I said, though. It's kind of crazy no matter how long you read tarot. If you read tarot, then you know. Or just if you have those weird synchronistic moments with spirit where you're like, what? How can I not believe, though, when these things happen? Thank you, spirit. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of vulnerability. How come it feels so sexy and empowering, though? Okay. I'm turned on by this. Is this you? What's going on? Is this you and somebody else? That would be spicy. Okay. Ooh. I mean, yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's get some oracle cards. The fuck? I just got like a whole side story there. I don't know if that's something you're dealing with, though. Okay, let's stay on track. Let's get into the You're definitely like... I feel like you're ready for something. It's like the stage is set, things are primed, you are poised energetically and otherwise. You just gotta pull the trigger, you know? Just gotta point and shoot, babe. There's something about that. But there also might be an element of timing, but there's also an element of trusting your, like, the conviction of your heart and the, like, the intensity of your desire and clarity of direction. Clarity of direction isn't always known by seeing clearly, like analytically, where we're headed. Sometimes clarity of direction is revealed to us just as powerfully and as potently through like where our desire naturally flows. Where do we naturally want to pay attention? Like, what are we actually passionate about? Where does our heart want to invest whatever it is it's feeling? That tells us a lot too. So let's see. Tell me more about the current stance of group 3 around love at this time. Yeah, there's something like grounding in for you. Maybe that's why you're not totally moving just yet. Yeah. Okay. Tell me more about group 3's current circumstances in love. Okay. What's up next? Give me one card for that. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, this group, you definitely have someone, I think. Well, let's just wait and see before I say too much. Okay, the influencing factor here on group 3. Last one. Advice. Ooh, okay. My goodness. That knew that it wanted to be. Okay. Let's see what's going on. What does this say? Okay. Okay, what's up, group number 3? All right, my darlings. Some messages came through for you intuitively while I was pulling the cards. If you want to go back about 10 minutes to where I started doing that, go for it. There will be a timestamp for like before the pulling of the cards and just the starting of the message, or reading the cards, I should say. Okay, so use whatever you like to go wherever you like. But let's get into your reading here, which is kind of interesting. Not kind of, it's very interesting. Your energy is, all of the energies are kind of, they're deep and complex, but there's this beautiful, profound, it feels very Plutonian. I don't know. Or just transformative, maybe. But in an extremely deep way. It's not a surface level transformation that's going on for people here. So your current stance regarding love. Let me move this closer so I can actually see what I'm looking at. Okay, your current stance regarding love. That's coming through as the 10 of Pentacles. But this 10 of Pentacles is interesting. The 10 of Pentacles in this deck, it looks the same when it's reversed and upside and right side up. So that's kind of interesting. The card it came out with is Cedarwood Connection. It's a third eye card. So it came out in the upright, which means you're in the true statement. I'm grounded in my body. It says, use your empathic abilities to connect with others, discern the information you receive, and do not take on what is not your own. Interesting. There could be still a thread from the other groups with this group, even though I cleared the energy thoroughly between. But I only say that because kind of one of the final messages that came through for group 2 was that a note about needing to be aware of, like with a lot of intense energy and emotion and desire between themselves and another, needing to know what's theirs and what was somebody else's while they went through a transformative process. So if you feel called to group 2, then check it out. But yeah, this is a card of connection. The trigger statement is, it is too much. And the true statement is, I'm grounded in my body. And then the 10 of Pentacles is a very grounded energy, obviously, as well. It's kind of the culmination of grounding something into the physical. So this is really interesting. It almost feels like the ability to be present and sensual in your own body and being. So like all of your bodies, your emotional body, your mental body, like your aura or energetic body, your physical body, there's something about them all aligning and connecting in a way that puts you right in the present, which is so interesting because then everything just is what it is. In the present, something can be whatever you want it to be, right? So there is no upright or reversed. It's literally you decide what your connection to something is when you're in the present moment, right in the now. That's where your power is. So that's really interesting. It's highlighting that right now you know that you have a lot of power and influence in the current situation to ground something that you feel very heavily. You feel empathy and a connection to either other people in general right now or someone specific. I feel like for a lot of you, there's someone specific though. With that, tell me more about this. Death. You could be dealing with a Scorpio. There's more Plutonian energy though. Okay. Something is definitely transforming. Your connection with someone or your ability to connect to others as well. Ugh. Yeah. I think that for some of you, it's split. It's kind of like the choice that you make and the choice that somebody else makes. If there is a connection specifically between yourself and someone here, then for some of you, you're transforming something, your connection with someone. You're seeing though where you weren't holding healthy boundaries and how that was creating an energy leak, or how you were taking on a lot of somebody else's stuff. And there's a cycle that has to do with that transformation and clearing that up within yourself that needs to take place before you can totally leap into something that feels different and feels different and can succeed and expand in ways that the other way couldn't. The other way of engaging with a specific relationship couldn't. It had reached a glass ceiling. But for others of you, there's something that maybe is being revealed to you that is closing out. It's like as you ground into your own body here, you could be tuning in more clearly for the first time in a while to someone else's energy that you're connected to. And the information that you receive could show you that someone else is not coming from the same place that you are, for a lack of a better way of saying it. Specifically, that someone is like all about taking and not giving. I'll just leave it at that. It could just be that someone's not ready, but they're also not being considerate or responsible emotionally or relationally. Like, this would look like someone who's emotionally unavailable and they know that they're attracted to you and that they desire you and want you, but they don't have the actual capacity to honor you or hold you or honor the relationship between the two of you. It would be like someone like that approaching you, not really seeing or maybe not caring that hurts you, but more so thinking about what they get from it or something like that. Okay, but let's get more into the reading itself. I'm gonna close this window a tiny bit because it's kind of getting cold, but the rain sounds so nice. Ugh. Okay, close that for now though. It's getting a little chilly. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything else that you want to clarify about this current stance, group 3's current stance on love? You know something is deeply transforming. It's transforming because you're connected to yourself in a way that you haven't been in a while. And I think you're intelligent enough to know that when you get really clear with yourself about your anxieties and you're able to drop unhelpful ways of thinking or being, you know that that leads to a state of liberation and empowerment that is unburdened and can, it feels like almost achieve anything, like move mountains, because it's able to totally trust its instincts, its intuition, and assert itself. I'm hearing with clarity and precision and like a potency, because it knows that it's able to fully direct its power here in one way, one direction, because it is sure and it is conscious, intentional, and clear. And so that's extremely powerful. So it's like as you're going through this transformation, or the way that you think of love is going through a transformation, that's happening because you're feeling more connected with yourself and more connected with others and all that is. As a result, it seems. There's also something about psychic gifts opening up, or you becoming more telepathic or sensitive, or just, it could just feel, though, it not super woo-woo, but like things are all of a sudden super clear for you to discern because you feel more clicked back and calibrated or tuned into yourself. So then you're discerning more easily. But you can see what's yours and what you're bringing forwards in the creation and stabilization of abundance in your life. And you can very clearly see also what you can't bring forwards. And it's less about certain people and it's more about elements of yourself, or like habits or things that you had been invested in that can't come forwards with you. It's like you're growing out of a certain phase of your life, it feels like. And what overstimulates you, what throws you off balance, what doesn't work for you, maybe like what traditions or behaviors or values, conditioning, perceptions, what does not work for you, what throws you off, overwhelms you, makes you feel disconnected from yourself, and then unable to like cope with life as a result. You're really clear on what grounds you, anchors you into yourself and truth, and then allows you to see and engage with the world from that space of empowered truth, and then what does not. So it feels like there's a really strong shift happening around how you perceive love, and it's because of something grander than just you and your connection to one person. It's because of you and your connection to yourself and all that is. So then naturally, if you're shifting on that fundamental level, then you're half of every dynamic that you exist within, right? So all of your dynamics would be shifting as well. And you're gaining insight into that too. Okay, so where you are coming from in regards to love, you have Temperance and the Four of Cups in reverse. I like it. I mean, there's an element of patience. This took time. It took a lot of discipline and self-mastery as well that could have felt like a bitch, I'm not gonna lie. The Four of Cups is deceivingly it's deceivingly stagnant and disempowering. Honestly, it can be so easy to get stuck here, which is just a space of like not really feeling anything all that much, because you know that you're not celebrating what you were celebrating anymore with the Three of Cups. Something has shifted from that energy. But you also know that in order to like fully acknowledge how you're feeling about something that's shifted, you need to move from this into the Five of Cups, which is like accepting grief and truly mourning and feeling the feelings in depth. And when we know that that's what's coming and we don't really want to feel those uncomfortable feelings, it can be so easy to just become detached, numb, apathetic, avoidant, and just stuck as a result. And then we get comfortable there, and then we focus on what we had in the past and what we don't have anymore. And then there's really this new thing that's right behind us that's meant to pull us forwards into something far better than what we lost. But we don't see it. And it's telling me that this was a particularly deep like pit of detachment or just like disconnect from yourself that lasted for a bit, because the energy of temperance is really powerful. It's Jupiter energy, it's Sagittarius. That is like one hell of a force that came in to like pull you out or push you through, like out of this. It's angelic for some of you. Like it's cosmic support, either from your guides, loved ones that have passed over, angels, ancestors, whatever your spiritual like gang of guides and team consists of. There's support for a lot of you that came from there. Or an important Sagittarian person in your life for some of you, but this is like a large force that's coming through to like break you out of something that was not fulfilling, but also like not shifting. I heard not letting go of you, which is interesting. For some of you, there could have been an element where someone else is tied to this disappointment in the past, and they had some sort of energetic hook. It's coming through as like an egoic hook in your energy maybe, or you were still somewhat attached to the idea of each other, even though it's been revealed to you that something was quite toxic. There's still been like a rumination on the disappointment of something. I feel like that was your inner child or like attachment wounds still being worked out with someone from the past, or just with yourself. But temperance is this very deep, expansive healing. It's really interesting, actually, because in the recent past, right, you're coming from temperance in regards to love. Death comes right after, well, no, death comes before temperance. So it's like you came from temperance, you went back into another form of transformation, and then you'll have to go through. It's like you went in retrograde or something here. So you could have gone back like through a really deep healing transformation that pulled you out of a particular numbness or disconnection from yourself. And it feels like now, the state that you're in now, where you're reconnecting to yourself on all these levels, right? That's another form of transformation that came from, like, as a result of this healing. Now there's another transformation taking place in the way that you connect to yourself that's available and possible because of whatever this force is that pulled you out of this space of stagnancy or lack of inspiration, or even feeling like emotionally drained or worn out. Anything else about the past, where they're coming from here? No. Okay. So your current circumstances in regards to love. This is so beautiful. So you have the Seven of Wands in reverse with Strength in reverse. This is like disarmedness on disarmedness, vulnerability on vulnerability, vulnerability squared. It's brave openness. It's not being exposed. It is intentionally and consciously from a place of self-empowerment and knowing who you are, choosing to drop your guards, take your armor off, lay your weapons on the table, you know, wave a white flag kind of thing. But it's not an act of weakness, it's an act of true strength. You can only do that when you know how strong you are and you feel safe. Then you take your armor off. So it's a sign of strength, not weakness, to be able to do this. When you're vulnerable, that's because you know who you really are and that nothing can take you from you. So you can be vulnerable without feeling exposed and then feel liberated and empowered in that authentic vulnerability, which is beautiful. And I feel like this is potentially you and somebody else in this energy together. There's a more of an emphasis on one of you showcasing like courage that hasn't been there, of the heart specifically. Whether that is just like creating a new way of embodying their heart energy and then being able to express it and act from it in a new way in regards to you. But yeah, something is being breached. Something in the current energy is able to reach past the guards, the walls, the defenses, and breach something that was a barrier or a resistance before. And because of that, it feels like there is a new beginning that's dawning on the horizon here. It's coming alongside, though, just like everything is cyclical. Death insinuates life. Life insinuates death. Light assumes darkness, that there's darkness, right? One assumes the other, or one can't exist without the other. So something is falling apart or being breached or cut through at the same time as something new is being born. And it's emotional. It's definitely emotional and heart-based in nature. I think that there's more of an emphasis on your side of things. Well, no, I don't know which side you are. You're very like with this person's energy, if there's another person here. And I feel like for a lot of you in this group, there is another person. Not for all of you, but take it how it resonates. But if there's two of you, there's a little bit more of an emphasis on one person's behalf of like just reconnecting with their own heart and truth and passion, desire, conviction, like the full strength of it through laying down their own armor. And for another person, like for one person, it's more about breaching their own defenses and armor to reconnect with themselves. I feel like that's you. For another person, it's more about instigating, like courageously asserting themselves from the heart. This is more masculine energy, so that they can get something started. They can create a new beginning by showing up as the sun, the masculine energy, right? So that's what's happening right now in regards to your love life. So what's going on? Is there anything else you want to say about that? Yeah, it's like one of you has gone really deep, and now it's about, because whales, right? They swim deep into the ocean, but then this breach card specifically is talking about breaching the surface. So it's like you have reconnected, or you are reconnecting with this really deep emotional part of yourself that's way below your defenses, like way deeper. And now it's about coming back to the surface and maybe communicating that, or being open about that, or like letting that sink in or integrate what you felt or saw there in that space. For the other person, it's like bringing the warmth of their heart, like laying down their defenses, their ego, seeing where their ego has gotten in the way, trusting timing, but also trusting that the timing is right for them to reveal. There's an insecurity that this person has had. They haven't seen the connection clearly because elements of it have felt a little bit either super intense or somewhat even destabilizing or toxic in the past for whatever reason. There's something about them needing to be courageous enough to trust their heart and their desire to put the connection and a new phase of connection with you, like to prioritize that above their own ego. To not act from a fearful place of being like, I'm good on my own. I'm choosing to be alone because I'm happier this way. But underneath, it's just like a shitload of anxiety. You're not fooling anyone, homie. Like the 9 of Swords or the 10 of Wands under the 9 of Cups. Okay. The anxiety is about, by the way, what it would mean to actually bring the sun and create a new beginning, because you fully know, if you're that person, that that's what's required. Like it's clear as day that you're gonna, like, that's what's needed, or else this connection won't move forwards. But there's this like illusion trying to convince themselves, this other person, from a place of ego and self-preservation that ultimately is sabotage, that I'm happier being selfish, being on my own, prioritizing myself and my own happiness and needs above anyone and everything else, rather than compromising, cooperating, opening myself up, softening my rigid stance on anything, right? This other person has convinced themselves of that as a way, as a means of avoiding the truth of something that is the lover's connection. Which is very intense. Excuse me. But yeah, they're doing that out of fear, not out of a place of true, like, it hasn't been all about like personal fulfillment. Like they are happy they are happy. They have a level of personal fulfillment. However, there's also like a load of anxiety underneath that they're not admitting, because they know what it would require for them to actually step up, and they would rather keep themselves stuck because there is an insecurity around that, which is why they're like trying to create this illusion. So it feels like both of you are needing to be brave in different ways and maybe expressive in different ways, but one person is more in the role of like leadership or asserting the energy outwards and making something, like creating shape for something to truly be tangible. Essentially providing clear like direction and security or form to something. It's the masculine energy. So, okay, what's coming up next for you in love is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse and the Ace of Pentacles in the upright. It's interesting because there's 2 coins, right? She's holding a coin, then there's a hand, but they're facing opposite ways, opposite directions. Like the Queen of Pentacles in reverse is looking in the opposite direction. And for that reason, this coin is being kind of like, it's kind of missing her. However, it did come out with this card as well, the Wanderer. Reminds me of the Hermit quite a bit, the way that it looks. It says traveling, adventure, movement, coping with unfamiliarity, a pilgrimage, aloneness, and broaden your horizons. It's interesting because on the table, Okay. I'm hearing like, what? I was hearing someone else say like, that's my insecurities. It's like you're trying to, yeah. The Seven of Swords, the Knight of Wands in reverse, the Page of Swords in reverse, the Five of Wands. There could be something that you're trying to, that you feel clearly about emotionally, but there's a bunch of anxiety about being lied to. It's like you're afraid to fully trust how you feel and what you know, and then express that and act on it, because your insecurities tell you one story. There's a specific narrative for some of you that, like, maybe you've dealt with a lot of player type energies that are not serious, don't take themselves seriously. Therefore, you can't take them seriously because they don't really offer anything, right? They're just like in and out and weaving and like making assumptions and lying and like maybe having like options, the Five of Wands, right? But there's something that you know is your wish fulfillment and makes you happy, and it's your anxiety or your insecurity that is telling you that it is otherwise, is what I feel like. Like it's clearly coming from a place of insecurity or not knowing your own worth. It's, if this is your reading, and you obviously know if you're dealing with someone who is like blatantly dating other people, lying to you about having options, right? You know, then this isn't your reading. But if you're watching this, that's not this other person. That's coming from a place of your own personal insecurity. And I kind of feel like it might be both you and this person, that there's an element of that. And it's because I think that creating an opportunity together requires you to move in a completely new direction that feels foreign, or there's a lot of unfamiliarity and unknown on that path. You might have to travel to be with someone or move to be with someone. Excuse me, I'm gonna clear my throat a little more aggressively, so let me mute this for a second. My apologies. Didn't want to submit your ears to that. Yeah, I think that this opportunity, the two of you would need to step out and like form your own way, move in a new direction that could feel very foreign, or you could feel like you're setting out on your own, all alone, with no support from like the people that are around you, or the people that were in your circle in the last phase that you're now moving out of. But you're meant to move out of something, and you're meant to do it on your own. Not without a romantic partner, but like there's something you're meant to embark on your own, because it's for you. And there's a fear that needs to be released that hasn't allowed you to see something clearly. I think it's the fear of just feeling unsettled about needing to take like what feels like a bold, like make a bold move, to step out on your own, to believe in yourself, to broaden your horizons, to do something that's not traditional maybe, and then know that you like believe in yourself enough to know that you can cope with whatever comes your way. Like you can trust yourself. That a beautiful opportunity that feels inspired and, you know, spiritually aligned. The aces are usually like, they come in because they're aligned with you on a spiritual or energetic or sort of divine level. So that is here in the near future for you, because it's coming from a pure place, but you'll only be able to see it as such and have, I feel like, the courage to accept it and move towards it, if you see it through the lens of being secure in yourself. Being secure in yourself. It's going to require that of you. Because it's like there's something safe and like complacent that you're stepping out of, whether that's an internal state or an external reality. There's like a nice cozy garden with a gate around it, but I'm hearing initiation. It's like in order to accept this thing that is the ace that culminates in the 10, like this brings a lot of abundance. But you have to be brave enough to reach out, to step out, to meet the opportunity and take the first coin so that that seed can be planted and then the other 10 can take shape, right? Okay. Okay, so anything else about that? Yeah, there's fear around this beginning. The 8 of Swords. It's in your mind, though. Work through that. Work through those insecurities. Try not to attach to them. Just, like, witness them. The thing is, sometimes when we are changing, right? When we're evolving, and old narratives or self-limiting beliefs or, you know, the devil on our shoulder, whatever that little voice is, that's disempowering, fearful, limiting, doubtful, or just toxic, right? Like convincing us that something is not what it is. Or egoic. It's like those things get pushed to the surface to be released, like a snake shedding its skin, right? But they get loud on the way up, right? The closer they get to the surface, they get really loud. Not because you're meant to like circle back around and like re-engage with them and give them more power and extend their stay, but because you're meant to witness that on the way out so that you can do a couple things simultaneously in terms of alchemy. The first thing is like in witnessing that, you integrate it, right? In seeing that as it leaves, you integrate that part of your shadow into your consciousness. And then you're simultaneously activating something new to come in with that leaving, whatever is going to take its space, right? So you're filling the space so that that thing doesn't just circle back around that energy and then fill that void again. So you're recognizing the thing that's leaving and then also what is replacing it. It's an alchemical energy exchange that's happening. So the things that are getting loud as they're leaving, they don't attach to them again. Just if you can, like, see them, observe them, and then understand what they are and why they're there, and allow yourself to see them through a more empowered perspective, and for that to be a moment for you to kind of like validate yourself and redefine the new narrative or belief or energy that's taking place there. Okay. So anything else about what's coming next here? I do think, though, that in order to take this new opportunity in the near future here, there is something that's going to trigger your insecurity a bit. And I think that it is the need to actually take a chance to leap out into something, to believe in yourself and your own abundance and secure nature. Whoa, I split the deck and the Emperor. Damn. Okay. It's so interesting because I think that the Emperor, the masculine energy, they have less to like process and think through, more like less energy behind them to work through, but they are the ones I feel like that are needing to have more courage to take an initiative action. The Empress, or the feminine energy, has more stuff to work through, right? Still, that might pop up, but also more energetic weight and influence. So through your transformation, if this is you, then you're actually giving, it's like these energies are impacting one another. If the masculine takes courageous movement or action forwards, it gives the feminine a boost. It like makes the feminine feel secure, right? So that they feel more confident seeing this opportunity for what it is and moving out towards it, even if that requires them taking a leap of faith, moving out into an unfamiliar space, or even physically moving, or allowing someone to come closer to you, but opening up to someone in a new way that feels very physically intimate. So like getting physically closer to someone. Yeah. And when the feminine works through her stuff and feels balanced and in connection with herself and grounded in her embodiment and can discern clearly, right? Then she's able to emanate and basically amplify courage in the masculine just through her frequency. Her frequency sets the masculine, gives the masculine a sense of peace, assuredness, and allows them to access the courage to take the action needed. So the two definitely impact one another. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's move on to the challenge. The main challenge or resistance is the Chariot. For some of you, there's definitely an element of like actual movement, travel. Yeah, because Temperance is here, which is also Sagittarian energy, 9th house energy. In order to fully align with someone or something, someone could need to move. Even if that's not moving in with each other, it could be moving closer or moving out of a current environment that doesn't support, like, you don't feel clear or empowered or supported to make your own choices or bring things together that you want. You just feel kind of stuck doing something that you know doesn't work or isn't going to get you where you really want. Or someone in the relationship needs to do that. Tell me more about the Chariot. But it's also about trusting your emotional truth enough to allow that to be what provides the bravery needed to push yourself out into a new existence, basically. Yeah. Judgment. I was going to say too, there's an element of like in Cancer season, last season, right? This may have really come to the forefront. Like there's a courageous action that is kind of like, you got to make shit happen. You got to like assert yourself. You have to connect to your conviction. Not just like weak surface level conviction, like I kind of feel horny today, so I'm going to go towards that person that turns me. It's like, no, this is much deeper than that. This is Pluto and Cancer. So it's like resolving the truth of your heart, the depths of your soul, and then allowing sacred desire and love to pull you and slingshot you at the same time. It's like pulling you from inside and also pushing you from behind to move, and then allowing yourself to trust that. But what comes after Judgment is the World. So there is definitely, for someone or both people here, there's a cycle, a greater cycle that could feel karmic, heavy, or like a big lesson. It requires action. Physical action to break out of that cycle and into a new one. Okay. It could be kind of a well-established cycle or like even generational patterning, conditioning, or karma that you're having to break out of. Something about it feels like there needs to be, like quite a force of assertion is needed in order to break out of something that's been equally restrictive. So it's kind of like, it's reminding me of my colonialism class, where we talked about how sometimes like a level of violent force is necessary in order to liberate an oppressed group of people, because it's like a level of violent force has been inflicted on them to hold them down, and therefore at least the same level of force will be required to actually physically break them out of that, right? We're not talking about just like reaching peace. We're talking about like liberation from something that has been taken from a group, or like restricting them or oppressing them actively. So yeah, there's something here where it's like the action taken and the courage required for it, and the force needed, you can't find it in your mind alone. This isn't something that you can just like rationalize or intellectualize and be like, now I have the motivation because A, B, and C, and it makes sense on paper. It's like, that's not enough. That's not passionate conviction that's going to be like, viva la revolution, you know? Like, it has to be like, let's revolutionize shit because I'm not meant to be here anymore and I know where I am supposed to be. So let's fucking get going. The train's leaving the station, you know? But there's something that you're not walking away from that is not allowing you to shift, or someone else needs to be closed out with like finality. It needs to be like the slamming of one door so that you can move in the direction of something else. And it is coming through as that strong. So I'm not saying resort to violence. I was just using that as an example, but the Queen of Swords. I'm hearing, who's that song by? I'm hearing Something Good Can Work. I think that's by the Bombay Bicycle Club. Is that who that's by? Something Good Can Work. The Queen of Swords. Yeah, it's you do have to have clear sight and discernment. It just can't be all about the logic behind something. It needs to be deeper than that, right? I think that it starts with the seed of being like, I know that something is good and it can actually work, and like validating your belief in that so that you can move forwards in it, right? That is very important for sure. But then it also has to be about more than that, right? It has to be about like looking beyond your fears at what you have already been building in the place that you're standing now, and being like, well, currently this is what my energy is going into. Get the fuck out of there. Get out wherever you are. Some of you are like with your family. It's a no-go. You gotta spread your wings and get the hell out of that coop, you know, because it's a mind fuck, my friend. Like, it is not serving. No. You're in a state of like fight or flight or survival, or I don't know. There's some unhealthy familial dynamics for some of you. That is just, you're not happy, so then you don't believe you can bring something fulfilling or the energy required to something that would like, that does make you happy or would actually offer you fulfillment. There's something here, but it's just doesn't feel, no. I think there's an urgency here. The thing is, right, this is like 3 major arcana cards in the challenge or resistance. You are receiving cosmic, you know, like, you're being shoved in the direction that is in alignment with your genuine highest and best good. So the resistance would be like focusing on all the reasons to be afraid, which honestly there aren't that many left if you're really being honest with yourself. The unknown, but if you have faith in yourself, then that's not really something to be afraid of, right? Everything else is being worked through and clarified, and I think like the biggest challenge is just being honest with yourself that the real risk is absolutely in staying where you are now. Like, that is very clearly where the actual risk lies. This is there's nothing negative about this. This is very positive. But I do understand that it feels like such profound transformation and reconnection to yourself and maybe someone else too, that it can feel a bit overwhelming. But like, understand that overwhelm of feeling, understand where that feeling is actually coming from, right? It's not like the devil toxically overwhelming you or overstimulating and confusing you. This intensity is coming from the revelation of your internal truth, the truth of your spirit, your desire, your heart. So that can be trusted and should be trusted and is never going to lead you astray, right? So the universe is kind of like helping you move there. It's helping you overcome this resistance, because the resistance is sort of high. For some of you, there's something related to your Chiron wound that feels really heavy right now. For some of you, you also have like a mother wound that you're working through that's kind of triggering, especially if you're like living, especially if you're living with your mother or your family. But that's just for some of you. Okay, so a strong influencing factor on your love life right now, the star in reverse, Aquarian energy with this card of alliance, Hera. Okay. Well, whether it's family or something else, there is an alliance that you have to someone, something, a group, an environment, even an old way of thinking or seeing yourself, whatever it is. There's a current alliance that is keeping you in a space where you're not able to heal. It's like constantly pouring salt into an old wound or poking something that needs to be, it wants to be healed so that you can have hope in your love life. And whatever this alliance is, whether this is like your alliance to not letting go of an injustice that was done in a past relationship or connection, right? If I forget, then that means that it was okay. Or if I forget, that means I could be fooled the same way again. It's like, no, you've already integrated the lesson. You don't need to have an alliance with that self-protection way of being anymore. Or if this is like a person, it could be a friend group that is a group of like players or people that have a really jaded perspective on love and dating, and they're like, dude, just like, I don't know, just like nail as many girls as you can and that's so cool. But it's like, really, you're not going to get anything that you actually want, anything of any substance, and you're also going to stay in like an unhealed and shitty headspace or state of being, right? Hanging around people like that. It's like you're going to be affected or inherit, or they're going to rub off on you in a way that's not helpful. Or if this is family, right? It's like maybe you're living with your family or in close vicinity and there's old attachment wounds or dynamics that are unhealthy that are triggered because of that. I think that connection there, that factor is different. The alliance is different for all of you. For some of you, it's definitely a mother, though. Yeah, there's something that you're not meant to give energy, time, effort, attention to anymore. Something that you're not meant to serve or bow down to anymore. There's a fear about releasing yourself. For some of you, this is definitely home. I'm just saying, to release something that doesn't even feel like home anyways, to move in your own direction and create your own home, your own sense of family and belonging. But again, it could feel very like isolating and kind of sad a bit, because as you're stepping out, as you're releasing what has not been beneficial, what's kept you stuck and sensitive and wounded, right? As you heal that, you're mourning it as well. There's grief around that, around recognizing exactly how hurtful that's been to you, how toxic that's been to you. Seeing something with great emotional clarity through certain illusions is painful, but that's what's required for you to be really clear on, like, okay, I need to not give to that anymore, right? Even if it's like a habit, like let's say this is like a porn addiction or something, well, then you're not going to have a healthy relationship with another human being, right? So like, let's just check out the psychological studies. I don't really need to, you know? So it's something like that. It could be anything. The alliance could be anything. Take it how it resonates, but that's what I feel. So your final advice. Your final advice is the Ace of Cups. What? Came out with this card, emotional release. Okay, let's see what that card says in the book. We'll go from there. 37. Okay, it says we all want to be strong. As humans, we value strength and independence. But also as humans, we need the support of our family, our friends, our tribe. Wow. Trying so hard to be strong, pushing down emotions such as fear, anger, betrayal, sadness, only forces them to grow and become stronger. The bubbling up and release that eventually comes takes everyone involved by surprise and sometimes does harm in terms of hurt feelings and words that can't be taken back. Get into the practice of voicing your feelings, even if it's just acknowledging them to yourself. Journal, create, and dance. Find a way that you can safely feel your most feared emotions. Feel them and then let them go. This is a potentially deep healing for you. Wow. Yeah, it's a very spiritually aligned time. Like, you are healing in a profound way through this transformation. Scorpionic energy, Plutonian energy doesn't fucking play. Plus, here, you're literally grounding into your connection with yourself in a new way. It's really powerful. And that is directly influencing your physical. It's as within, so without. So how you're connecting back into yourself, like the fullness of yourself, means that you're able to manifest something very expansive and abundant in your physical reality as well. But you have to be very clear on what that is and what it isn't, what is prohibiting that from happening, and how you can release that without like maybe burning bridges, or basically how you can do no harm but take no shit, right? Simultaneously. Ah, yes, the sacred balance. Do no harm, take no shit. Find the middle road, the middle way. I'm pretty sure Buddha was the one who said that. Do no harm, but take no shit. Yes, that sounds like it came directly verbatim from Buddha's mouth. This is sarcasm if anyone else is totally tone deaf, but yes. Okay. Let's see. Whatever is being released, though, it does matter. Like, there's been a solid investment in it, which might make it harder to walk away from. But the thing is, like, it's just, no matter how much time and energy you've already put into something, within it, you are not in your full power, your sovereign embodiment and strength. Therefore, you cannot, from within this old structure or alliance, manifest the fullness of like your fulfillment, your joy, your abundance. So you're releasing something else so that, you know, you can plant a new seed that actually has the potential to lead you to what you truly desire. But there is a massive closure and a release of something that is not true. So what does not align with you is being, it's kind of being closed out naturally, which could feel a bit harsh, but there's also this energy within you. I'm hearing non-compliance. You just won't do it anymore. If someone's telling you to do something and normally you would just like fawn or people please, it's like a middle fingers in the air sort of situation. Although I shouldn't, like, let's moderate that. Let me not support violence here, potentially. But I feel that in the energy, like you've had it. You just kind of want to be like, book you forever with something and then like Irish exit and never return. But there is something where you can honor the ending. And there's a quote that says, never cut what you can untie. Now, with some people, straight up, I'm not going to lie, you're just going to get into it with them. I just got to be real. This is coming through as more like friends or people in your community, or maybe even siblings more than parents. Although this could be you and this could be a parent, like a mother. I don't know. For some of you, you are going to say things that you're potentially going to regret, but maybe not. For some of you, you're making that choice. You're like, no, I'm not working with this person anymore. I'm not conflicted about it. I'm not going to let them pour salt in my wound. I'm about to tell them about themselves and tell them how it is and how it's going to be from this point forwards. And whatever you see fit is what you need to do based on your situation, right? But for some of you, it would be helpful overall for you to keep just like the basic level of empathy and consideration in mind, because you might regret certain things that can't be unsaid or certain bridges that can't be unburned, okay? But you'll know. So is there anything else about that for group 3 before I close? Focus on the new as well. Like there's a natural phasing out, so it's not really that you need to like, it's not true that you're holding on to energy. There is an energy that's naturally releasing and finding a culmination point. It's naturally dying, right? So that again, something new can be born, like we talked about at the very beginning. So just bear witness to that sacred process, really. You don't need to force it. Nothing that's meant to go is going to be able to stay, because I just see that you don't have tolerance for it anymore. And because of the shift that you've done, right? Or that you're doing, again, like we spoke about at the beginning, you're half of every dynamic that you're a part of. And when you're changing to this profound level, the things that you no longer resonate with, you're not going to be able to fake it. And energy doesn't lie either. So like, embrace the fact that you know what needs to end, and it will end. With the death card, oh yeah, if you don't close it out, the tower will come in and close it out, because it's no longer on a solid foundation with you. You've changed. So if you do this internal reflection on what it is that you really want and why it is that that scares you, then you can avoid the tower. Essentially, you can bring the tower down yourself. But the way that that happens is by letting it happen naturally, becoming very clear and not in a state of internal conflict whatsoever about what it is that will really make you emotionally and spiritually fulfilled and allow you to feel like you belong being yourself. in the future. Be really honest about what that looks like for you, and that you can't really find it within whatever you're in now. Certain things can't come with you. So then I feel like the more that you connect with yourself, calibrate with yourself, other things naturally fall out of alignment and out of sync. So some of those things will go loudly, some will go quietly, some will dissolve very naturally, and others will come to a head, but you'll know how to handle those things. I think the general advice is to try as much as you can to come from the heart, from a space of love, if you can, okay? All right. It's a sensitive time for pretty much everyone. So be kind to yourself and others if you can. Okay, that's what I have for you, group number 3. All right, we're going to do some super chats now, but I hope that you guys are good. What's going on? Let me say hi to you guys over here. What's up, breath of fresh air? Yeah, I do really love the magician from this deck. He dope. This whole deck is honestly like so awesome. I'm obsessed with this deck. Hi, Christina. Bye, Yair. I don't know if you're going to hear me say that or if you're already gone. This is not an all signs, actually, my love. This is a pick a card, and I just finished group 3. So the group selection is at the beginning of the reading. It is right around like 7 minutes in, I think. If you want to go back to it, that's where you select your group. But yes, okay, so I'm not going to take any more super chats now, from now forward, since we're done the reading itself, but I am going to start with the first super chat and move through them now. So thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for being here. I hope that the reading was what you needed to hear. I hope it was helpful, that it gave you some validation and guidance with where you are at in your world right now. Okay, so let me see. I need to open up another tab so that I can see all of these little super chats all in a nice, neat little line. Okay, give me 1 second, babes. Got distracted by a comment, sorry. I'm back on track. Let me see here. Okay. Super shots. Okay, here we go. Where are we starting here? Who was the first person? Oh, when was this? Oh, this person. What? That is so sweet. I just saw like a tip on a video and they said they can't comment because they just subscribed. I didn't see that until just now. I'm gonna have to say hi to this person. They sent me 3 on a past video. Okay, so this starts with GERRY or Jerry. How do you pronounce your name? It's with a G, so I don't know if that's just, I don't know how you say your name particularly correctly, but tell me, let me know so that I can say it right. So we're starting with you, and then Lydia, Julie, Yasmin. Okay. Excellent. Damn, I'm glad that I went in here and saw that I couldn't see because they could not comment. You love their readings? Aw, well, I love you. Okay. Okay, let me timestamp here. I'm gonna make a list actually first of all of them because that is smarter. Okay. I might actually also grab like a couple different tarot decks and oracle decks to use for the super chats. I'll just go grab those from my room real fast. Bring some fresh energy into the space. Except for this one. I want to keep this deck. I like this deck. Okay. I'll keep that. Not these. Okay. All right, let me put these over here out of the way. Tarot decks. All right. Okay. We have gotten some new decks here. We've got some new decks here. We've gotten some new decks. We have some new decks. All right, let me quickly take these notes here. Got two. LIDIYA. Julie. Jasmine. Okay. 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 Awesome. We've got it. What is happening with my throat? Okay. Put this here. Why? Okay, let me come back over to you for a moment. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Stick do I want to use? No, let's just go straight down. Unpack a few different oracle decks that I grabbed. Needed to bring in some fresh energy. Last one. All right. Okay. Gary. I'm gonna go with Gary. I'm just gonna call you G. G unit. All right. So let's do your first super chat here. Forgive me, I just get dorkier and dorkier as time goes on generally. So don't worry about it. All right, so this first question here. Finishing an old career and diving full-time into your own business. Congratulations. Let me actually timestamp so you can hear me say congratulations. That would be so useful. Okay. Hey, what's up, G? So we're doing your first question here. So you are asking about, let's see. So you're finishing an old career. You are moving full-time into your own business, which you've been developing on the side. Congratulations, first of all, for doing that. Entrepreneurial pursuits take a lot of balls and a lot of effort and work also. So good job already. Proud of you. What do the cards or spirit want to show and tell you about this? Okay, let's see. I'm going to pull 3 cards. So I'm going to ask what, first of all, if you need to know anything or any validation about finishing up the old career. The second one, I'm going to ask if there's anything specific you need to know about what you're diving into. Take into consideration, like in terms of your full-time with your own business. And then the third card, I'm just going to ask for an overall piece of advice surrounding just you moving most gracefully and confidently, I guess, through this transition, which is a big transition. but an exciting transition. So, okay, so we'll ask about the old career closing out, the new business, and then overall. Okay. So for anyone just coming in, we are doing I'm doing super chats now. I'm not taking any new super chats at this time, but maybe I should put the timestamps in the chat so that you guys, people who are coming in now, can still jump back if they need to. Let me just see here. Okay. Group. Hold on while I do this. I'm sorry, Jerry. Damn it. Selection, you can't go down. You can't jump to a new line, apparently, when leaving a message here. So that's, when is this at? 30:40. No. Yeah. All right, well, I guess we're just doing it one by one then. Group 2 started at, I'm so sorry, 210. Is that right? Yeah, okay, in group 3. Okay. Okay, there we go. So hopefully, if anyone new is coming in, then those are the timestamps in the live chat. I cannot put them in the comment or the info box until I'm done the live stream, and I'm doing super chats now, but that is the group selection at 6:40, and then the timestamps for each group. So if you guys are coming in and you need to know where to skip to, you can do that. Okay. All right, back to you, G. So let's see. I should have thought of that ahead of time. Alas, I did not. So let's see. Okay, so what does he need to know about the career that's ending? Or any guidance specifically around that? The career that is ending. Anything you want to say about that? It's a power move. It's a boss move. Oh, damn. It is a power move. My friend. Big dick energy. This is... Yeah, no, you're doing the right thing, daddy, okay? This is, yeah, you don't have anything to question. This is gorgeous. Yeah, this is kind of double Mars energy. I don't know if you have Aries in your chart, but the Emperor is Aries, the Tower is Mars. It's like you are in a healthy, balanced, assertive, sovereign energy, where, yeah, you know yourself, you know what you're doing, and you're taking an informed action or risk to, you know, basically create meaningful destruction in your life in order for something new to be created. Oh yeah, you are supported. In fact, I think that your old career, I don't know if you actively chose to end your old career or if that's something that happened naturally, but what I'm seeing is that would have happened had you not chosen to leave. That would have eventually, like, the ground was not feeling super steady there anymore, and it's because you're aligned with something different. Yeah. Okay, so what about the new endeavor, the entrepreneurial personal business endeavor? This is annoying me. It doesn't help that I'm in Canada right now, and we've had a lot of wildfires, and the air, the breathing condition of the air hasn't been the best. So my voice has been weird because of that for the summer, honestly. Much drier than usual. Can I get one more on this new business? Okay. Okay, you have the Eight of Wands in reverse and the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. I feel like this is saying in particular, if things don't start, like if things don't move as quickly right away as you want them to, do not give in to like fearful thinking that you need to take basically they're saying don't take another opportunity. Don't like give up on your dreams if things don't move as rapidly or as immediately as you want them to. It isn't an indication of there not being a tangible and abundant opportunity there for you. Let's get a little bit more. What does he need to know about that specifically? Clarify the Eight of Wands and the Ace of Pentacles. You and your loved ones are safe. Surrender to the divine. Okay, so there could be also something here where no, they're saying though that if you're afraid that because things aren't picking up as quickly as possible, if you're afraid that like you won't, that your family isn't safe, or that you're not necessarily safe or secure, there's something where you are divinely supported. They want you to surrender and not worry about that. Basically, don't take impulsive fear-based action here is what I'm seeing. If things don't happen to move as quickly as possible, you'll know like right now it's time to take action in a way that is kind of, you're communicating a lot in itself through closing out the old. Like that's really communicating a lot energetically. It's almost coming through that too much emphasis on simultaneously forcing or pushing the new endeavor forward would muddy the waters almost of the message that you're sending energetically. So taking this time to really honor what you're doing and what you're closing out, and knowing that that act of destruction is simultaneously an act of creation, that's the most powerful action you can take right now. It is this empowered action. New moon in Aries, the time to act is now. It's this action that you're meant to be focused on right now, because that simultaneously is aligning you further with divine expansion in regards to your business. So one final piece of overall advice around this. The Six of Swords in reverse and Judgment. There is something that needs to shift in your perspective or just needs to evolve. Something that wants to be reconciled, it feels like a judgment call made on it. What it makes you happy to give to and invest your time into. What does it genuinely bring you joy to invest into and what drains your joy or makes you feel, yeah, like you don't have energy or like you're not enough. There's something about that, because I think that like tradition or society or whatever, you could feel a little bit insecure even if you're not totally like aware, consciously aware of this insecurity, that like you're not taking the traditional route, or that because a career that you had invested in thus far is closing out, that that is happening because like you weren't enough, or you know, essentially you could be hard on yourself because of that, rather than validating that that is a liberating thing that you're doing. That is a strong and empowered and sovereign choice that you're making to move towards something that actually makes you happy to do. So I think that that is what you're reconciling, is kind of like you're shifting your perspective around that. If you got like laid off or let go, or if things were just headed in a rocky direction and you could tell something was going to end, that happened as a form of like divine redirection with something that makes you much more fulfilled. And I think that you know that in your heart. So it's about connecting to the feeling of like, did this old job like suck your soul though? Did it like drain your energy? Because then losing it was a gift, right? So there could just be something that you're reconciling there and like really reaffirming and validating to yourself. Like, nope, this was a power move. This is a power move. And even if like I'm not meant to like force or control how things expand, I need to move forwards knowing that they will, and being reconciled that they will expand and be abundant because I'm in alignment with what makes me feel expansive and abundant, right? It's that higher perspective that's going to allow you to walk away without fear, but with courage, and with like a commitment to the conviction of your heart, rather than like second guessing whether you're doing the right thing. So that's what I see with that. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's move on to Lydia's first question. I'm going to use the same deck for you guys when I go back to your other reading, I think. Okay. Lydia, where are you at? For anyone who's just coming in, I'm doing super chats right now, but in the live chat is the timestamps for the group selection and group 1, 2, and 3 if you want to know where to skip to for your group. Okay. I can't add them in the info box until I'm actually done streaming, but I put them in the chat for you. Ooh, everyone's asking about their work. I like it. I don't get questions about work enough, and I like mixing it up. Okay, so Lydia, you want to know about your work and career finance aspects of things. Juggling quite a few things now. You don't know if it will pay off before you get burnt out. Hold on, can I see this more? Oh, more about your full-time job and the prospects. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I'll also get 3 cards for you. I will also get, let's see, I'll get 1 on the overall energy around your full-time job currently, what you need to know about that. 1 card for the other stuff you've got going on, the other things that you're juggling, the other prospects. We'll kind of put those together. And if one in particular wants to be highlighted, it will probably come through with some clarity to let you know which one. And then I'll also pull a final card for just like overall validation or advice surrounding that kind of, that part of your life. Okay. And Lydia. Let's see. Let's get 3 cards. Okay. guys, if you need the timestamps, check in the live chat because we're doing super chats now, but that is where the timestamps for the groups are. Okay. I'm just going to keep saying that as I'm doing super chats so that people that are coming in know. But if it sounds a bit repetitive to those of you who are in here. Okay, let's get 3 cards for Lydia in regards to her work and career circumstances. Okay, current full-time job, other prospects or on the side things. Wow, okay. Okay. And then overall validation or advice around this. Okay. 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 That's real clear. Love that for us. Okay, so let's see. I want to pull an oracle card for that. One of these for the full-time job. Okay. Why? And one for the other opportunity here that's being highlighted. Okay, that is this is extremely clear and loud, so yeah, let's just timestamp and get right into this. This is not complex at all here. All right. Hey, Lydia. I hope you're doing well, my love. So we're going to do your first super chat right now about your work circumstances. So I pulled 3 cards, well, 3 positions, one for your full-time job right now, just to get an overall vibe or message surrounding that specifically. And then one to give a message surrounding your other prospects that you have going on and the energies around that. And then a third placement in the spread for just like overall advice on the whole situation surrounding your current like work situation. Okay, so you got judgment surrounding your current full-time job. Plutonian energy, something is dramatically and profoundly shifting with this job. There is a judgment call that needs to be made, but yeah, there's a big transformation or shift that's taking place with your current job that's coming into, you're gonna be feeling that. It came out with this oracle card, desert, solitariness. There's something about this that feels like there's a drought here, like you're carrying a lot of responsibility at a job on your own, but yet it's not like compensating you or paying you back correctly. There's a judgment call that feels like it has a lot to do with like knowing what you're worth here with your full-time job. But you're reaching a bit of a drought, or it's like you're reaching a breaking point because you're taking on more, or you're the only one responsible for something maybe, or you just feel alone, like no one really, like you don't belong, or like no one really understands you in your work environment. But yeah, you're being pushed a little bit to a natural breaking point with that, it feels like, because, or a judgment call around it. Anything else about that? Whoa, okay. The Six of Pentacles in reverse. I'm friggin' telling you. Because you give more than you receive in return at this job, and it is burning you out. I don't know what your full-time job is, but there's something about, like, you care. Maybe you're a therapist, maybe you work at like a help hotline or something like that. I don't know, but there's something that even if it's not like as direct as that, it engages you intuitively or empathetically, like emotionally, in a way where the same care and consideration that you give, even if you're not in something like a job like that, then it's just that, like, the care and consideration that you give, you don't get back. You act from the heart, and it feels like there's anxiety because no matter how much energy you put in, you don't really break ground, or you don't push forwards or get compensated the way that you actually deserve to. So that's why there is something that's kind of like shifting with this job, because you're not getting what you deserve there. So in regards to the other options that you have going on around work at this time, okay, I'm just seeing what time it is. You got the Four of Wands with this fecundity, I think is how you say that, rain. It's quite literally the most opposite energy as you could get without having like a flood card from the desert. It's like drought and rain. And fecundity, this word or whatever, it basically means abundant, like an atmosphere or an environment where abundance is supported. It's very much like the Empress energy. But it's like you're the common denominator. You have this like ability to expand and create something very abundant. It's just that you're investing that energy into something that is kind of like a bottomless cup where it's just draining you. It's because that's not where that energy is best put to use. If one of your side hustles or other jobs is involving working from home, with the Four of Wands, that's a very good opportunity that's being highlighted here as something that will be super beneficial to you, especially because of like ergonomics. I know we're getting technical here, but ergonomics basically just like an environment that supports you, where you don't feel alone, judged, and, you know, taken, like where you don't belong, but basically an environment where you are comfortable, where you're supported, where you're surrounded by energy and things, and, you know, that make your life easier instead of harder. Then there's something about like your inspiration, your energy, your creative flow. It can spring forth with a lot more ease. It's like you can do things because you can invest in things because you're genuinely passionate about them, not out of this need to, I guess what I'm saying is like the assertive action that you take feels a lot more natural and supported, where you might feel a little bit stuck now. Anything else about that? But yeah, I'm seeing working from home being a really good opportunity if you have the potential to do that, or else just in an environment or situation or opportunity here that is like, there's still structure, but it doesn't feel suffocating. Or it's an environment that doesn't feel defensive and judgmental and like rigid. Yeah, it's an environment that you want to work in. It very much could be for yourself here. Some sort of like entrepreneurial thing. That's where the energy can actually move and more abundance can come through. Quite a bit of abundance. Heavy abundance. And the Ten of Wands. So I see that being really beneficial for you, whatever that opportunity is, or just your side opportunities are showing up as being quite a bit more like night and day, more abundant, and more of a fit for you than this full-time job. Okay, so then one last final piece here of overall advice. The Five of Swords. There's something that you've been in your head about, and it has everything to do with, like, I think there's a shift you want to make that brings you in from the cold, right? In from this feeling of like carrying everything on your own, being misunderstood, not being your efforts not being seen or compensated. You're in your head about making the move to basically like stand up for yourself, to give yourself the opportunity that allows you to be like paid what you're actually worth or appreciated for what you truly bring to the table. There's something that's being highlighted, or that is a fear that might be still unconscious or under the surface. It's you're in this space of conflict within your own mind because there's a way of thinking or perception that hasn't fully evolved yet that wants to expand. But it has to expand beyond old fears and insecurities about what you're truly worth. Look at this. This is what needs to shift. Here's what you're settling for now. A lack of balance. Literally the scales out of balance. Here is what you're being asked to perceive you are worth. Balanced, harmonious, you not having to break your back or bust your balls to earn something, but you just knowing that you are worth something and then calling it in as a result. Because there's a perspective shift where you're still in your head feeling insecure about asserting yourself. Okay, my right ear is ringing. Asserting yourself based on what you're worth. When the right side rings for me, it's usually about ancestral support. So this could be like ancestral karma, generational sort of like something that you're breaking that's bigger than you, which is why the fear around it could feel strong. It could even be past life. I feel like this is a choice that you're making to liberate, like through making this choice for yourself, you're liberating more than just your own energy. I think that there's something ancestral and karmic about there's like an implication that's bigger than just you. But yeah, this is about you getting really clear on like, no, that is what's fair. And I deserve what's fair. And I'm going to get what's fair. Like I'm going to put myself in a position where I actually have the opportunity to receive what I deserve. Because I fucking deserve it, because I feel like right now you're getting a little confused. There's confusion around like walking away from what I would assume is your full-time job or other, like all of the many ways that you're scattering your energy that are not giving back to you the way that is fair and balanced. Those things need to be walked away from, but there's confusion about that. And that's coming from a place of just needing to expand your perspective to know all that you bring to the table and what you deserve in return for that. Because in walking away from what does not fulfill you, you are walking towards the 10 of Pentacles. You go from the 9 of Pentacles into the 10. This is like legacy. This is financial freedom and abundance and stability. So you're moving in the direction of that, but you're moving there. It's kind of vital that you do that consciously and intentionally and boldly, not from an insecure place, but from a place where you're claiming it. You are claiming and like declaring, I am making this move because I deserve it. Not like, even if your knees are shaking, even if you're scared, that's not the point. Doing it with like this declaration and courage. Now's the time. That's going to really pay off. Okay. All right, love. So we are moving on to Julie's. Wait, or did your other super chat come right after? Did it? Yes. Okay. We're moving on to your second question. I'll make a separate little timestamp for you. Okay, let's see. Your second question, love life. You've been alone forever. Your North Node is in Aries. You're still waiting patiently to find the one so you can share your life with them. If no one is suitable, you can and rather would be alone. As an Aries Venus, girly, I get you. I get you. I would far rather be alone and be like the rock star of my own life than be with someone who's like draining the life out of me or just not aligned or holding me back in my own personal like joy and abundance, honestly. And that is not selfish. So first of all, like, good for you, honestly, for knowing that you're worth that and being okay with that. Oh, what's up? People are talking. What's up? No judgment. Yes, Aries, Sun, Venus, Libra, Rising, Scorpio, Moon. Boo 87. It resonated with you? You're trying to start your own things? Ooh. Nice. Well, it's looking very positive for the both of you, so I support you. Okay, let me give you a new timestamp here for your second question. Oh, it's 5. Even though yours are in a row, so you probably don't need this too much. 23. Okay. Yeah. All right, so let's look at your love then. Love life. What's going on with that? So what should I ask about this, Spirit? How should I say this? Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna ask first, like, because there's a reason why this phase of you being on your own, you being independent in regards to love, has been, like, that's been gifting you something, right? That has been giving you something that was needed for a reason. So we're going to look at what that's been giving you that's really positive. And then so that you can kind of reach a place of, I guess, graceful acceptance and even gratitude for that, that allows you to understand why that phase was necessary and close it out if you want to make a shift, right? In the ways that you have power and control to shift things. And then I'm going to look at what wants to come through for you next in regards to love. And then I'll get you a piece of overall advice around that. Okay. Okay, let's see. So what the phase of love, of isolation has gifted you, what wants to come in the next phase, and then where did that go? And then overall advice. Okay, let's see. Okay, buddy. Okay. Shots fired. I love spirit sometimes. They're like you're hiding something from yourself. Okay. Sometimes I'm only laughing because the bluntness of the way that messages come through for Aries people sometimes just kills me. Me being an Aries, Venus and Jupiter bitch, I'm like, you know, you didn't have to bitch slap me twice in a row with that. And Spirit's like, but we did, or else you wouldn't have actually received it, right? And deep down, I know it's true. So I have to just accept it. We chose this life at some point. Okay, show me what wants to come in next. Because we knew we were strong enough, right? Right. Oh, Spirit. Okay. We'll clarify that. And then overall advice. All right. I see what you're saying, Spirit. I just want to clarify this one middle. What is that? Okay. What's that, though? Can you clarify that middle thing? What's coming in next? Okay, we'll further clarify. We'll see. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Is this all a part of the message? Yeah. Okay. This is something you know intuitively, so I'm not going to be telling you anything. Just wanted to make sure because it's a bit of a strong message here. Okay. So what you've been learning, it feels like in this, what the hell was that? Was that my dog or was that someone sneezing or what the hell was that? What you've been learning in this phase of being on your own, it came out as temperance in reverse to begin with. There's been some sort of lack of moderation or something that has been throwing you off balance, your own internal state of personal harmony. So there's been an energetic influence, and they're saying the Page of Swords, the Five of Wands, and the Three of Wands. There's something that has been communicating, has been sending a message of conflict surrounding moving forwards in regards to your love life. Conflicting or mixed signals. So usually what that is we're holding on to something from the past. I hate to, but it is what it is. It's like usually that is what that is. And that's coming through as a pretty clear message. So hopefully that is on point for you because that's pretty obviously what they're saying. They're saying that you've had this like standstill or stalemate with someone. This is someone who like withheld from you and was insensitive to you. This is someone, let's just be clear that losing this person or opportunity, you were released from something. You were liberated from something. From your perspective, it could have been very painful, like this failed because I couldn't find a solution, or the attraction wasn't mutual, or you could still see it as like there was a lot of magnetism and genuine affection and connection there. But they're basically saying that when you introspect from a place of genuine self-discipline and self-respect, you will see that this thing departed or withdrew at the perfect. It did that at the perfect time. It was meant to do that. You could have walked away from someone as well. But basically what they're saying, regardless, is that there's some sort of masculine energy here that you're meant to embody, and in embodying that, you're actually exerting personal authority and defining something with clarity. You're not going to send mixed signals anymore. What it is, though, is that I feel like this past situation, there was a masculine energy that was manipulative, and it honestly, like, I feel like this person put you down and they affected your self-esteem. And you could still be, when you reflect on the situation, like they could have gaslit you, or you could have felt insecure in the connection. So then you may not be reflecting on it from a place of complete clarity, which is why they want you to have a lot of self-respect and be really kind and generous to yourself while you reflect on this. Like, nurture yourself and be graceful with yourself, and but be honest about the ways that this connection restricted you and depleted your energy and resources. I feel like you felt constantly like either cut off or confined within yourself from this person. They could have like used distance or the silent treatment as a punishment, but they like got off, their ego got off on like on opposing you, basically. So they could have, this could be someone that picked fights, or there was a lot of disharmony or miscommunication. And I feel like this person was aware of that. And they fed off of that drama, basically. So when you see things from a higher level of self-awareness, I think that you're going to realize that holding this together in any way is somewhat reckless. There's a reckless energy to that. And there's something that's meant to be inspired and illuminated about what you could, if you let go of whatever this is, what could come in that's actually consistent and reliable and abundant to take its place. Okay, so yeah, so then speaking of that, what wants to come in next in regards to your love life is the Two of Wands in reverse, and then this energy of great power. It says strength of character, authority, dignity, influence, self-confidence, leadership, peak condition, and potency. Damn. I feel like in definitively cutting off, like being like, that thing is no longer an option. I see it for what it was. I forgive myself and the situation, and I accept the gift that it did give me, which is the ability to see where something within me was imbalanced, and to correct that so that you can be in this energy of great power and personal authority and dignity, and then you attract someone that is like that as well. So this is someone like this wants to come in basically through releasing the past. You are energetically picking a path that aligns you with someone like this and puts you in that energy yourself as well, which is really powerful. Okay. The last piece of advice, yeah, you won't be alone. You won't be isolated forever, but you have to let go of whatever this is from the past. It could have been a Virgo or an Aries that you felt like this was destined. And they're saying it was, but it was destined to feel heavy, to bring you to a breaking point in realizing what your true worth is. And that if you don't have genuine hope around something, then I feel like if it drains you to have hope, to force yourself to hope for something, it's not coming from a natural place, then that's because that thing is not aligned with your greatest good and your success. I think that this thing appeals to your inner child, but the manipulation or the lack of clarity around whatever the situation is disempowering to you. It makes you confused, and then again, you don't have the full potency of your clear direction of energy that is like allowing you to move forwards to something that's more fulfilling. Okay, so the final message came through as the Two of Pentacles in reverse with the Hierophant. They want you to truly and firmly, like Taurus, fixed earth with the Two of Pentacles, make a choice and then stand on business. And it's what you are going to commit to. What kind of relationship you will commit to, your own personal standards that you will be committed to, and why. And be clear about what the cost is when you don't honor your own energy and standards as well. What's on the line? What is at risk? Because it looks like when you, I heard submit, which is interesting. When you submit to the truth of your own value and pick a path definitively with the assuredness of your own worth behind you, this is what's coming for you. The Ten of Cups and the King of Wands. Someone who's a leader. Someone who does not leave you like... Someone who's not the wishy-washiest person ever, who just leaves you constantly questioning whether you're worth committing to. Yeah, bitch, you're worth committing to. And anyone who doesn't know that just walked through a museum of art with their eyes closed, and they can keep walking, honestly, because you deserve someone who stops and has an emotional reaction or a deep and profound reaction to all of the pieces in the museum, or someone who can truly like see what is in front of them, hold that, consider that, honor that, treat that with integrity, and like give you what it is you deserve, because they actually see what it is that they're looking at, you know? Whatever this thing is from the past, it just didn't have the capacity to do that. And that has nothing to do with you and everything to do with them and their own relationship with themselves. But what wants to die right now in your love life and be transformed is this, the way that you're in your own head still thinking about how painful it was that someone was undecided about you, or that you were just an option. Like, that hurts your ego, and that just sucks for anyone to have that experience. It's bullshit to be treated that way, right? Let's just call a spade a spade. But you're ready to move beyond that state of mind so that you can experience a lot more than that. That was just a lesson. Okay? So, go forth and prosper, my friend. It looks like someone very sexy is in your future here. They could have strong, I'm getting Leo, but strong fire energy. I'm getting that from both of these. This is giving strong leader, strong Leo, strong fire energy. There's also Sagittarius and Taurus and Scorpio here as well. So those may or may not resonate with the new person, but that's the energy that I'm getting from them. Like they're someone who knows who they are, what they want, and they have the balls to reach out and take it. They're not going to like string someone along because of their own insecurity and then like gaslight you and make you feel like it's because you weren't enough. It's like, no, that's loco thinking. So that person can go to therapy. You can see your own worth and value, move forwards, and have the love that you actually deserve. Okay? All right, darling. So that's your second question. Needed to give you a strong Aries to Aries pep talk there. So I hope that landed. Thanks, Fib. I appreciate you. What's up? Sorry, I'm just seeing it now. What's up, Jazzy Bella? Hello. You're a Taurus sun. Ooh, he was a Virgo. Ooh, he needed to sort and do his shadow work on his own. Yeah. I think he might still need to do that. There's just a little bit of... I'm just not seeing that same energy as the energy that's in your future. Is there any chance that it's the energy from the past that she just needs to let go, and then like that is the energy that's coming back around? just to leave nothing. Oh. It could be, but if it is, it will be almost unrecognizable. That person's energy will be very, very different. Okay, so the main thing that I'm seeing is that that person does need like they might actually be in therapy, but they do need like I think they need some help sorting through a couple things that feel pretty heavy. It could be that they were kind of manipulative from an unconscious place because of conditioning and attachment styles and all of these sorts of things. But however, it's still showing me that you choosing yourself is the only thing that will allow this other person to truly see you clearly and choose you the way that you desire and deserve. Okay? Because I think intuitively you know that like there can be all the mutual love in the world, but if someone's not going to stand on business and take action, then that is a fantasy in real life. The emotions and the spiritual connection may be real, but if no movement ever happens to act on those things in a clear and direct way that's balanced and secure for both people and feels safe, right? Then nothing can truly, then there's no foundation to build on. Even if the potential of the relationship is the Four of Wands and the Ten of Pentacles, if you don't put down a solid foundation, you can't build the rest on it, right? So that's what needs to happen. And I feel like the solid foundation is like you trusting and knowing yourself enough to let go. And that doesn't need to mean give up, but letting go is different from giving up, right? You can take all your energy, attention, and focus and point it in the direction of yourself, nurturing and defining and validating who you know you are, how far you know you've come, the healing and harmonizing you've done within yourself, and your new standards. It's okay to change the cost, what it costs to access your energy, even with someone that you love. Sometimes especially with someone that you love. Because unconditional love without mutual consideration and healthy boundaries is a recipe for self-abandonment, honestly. Speaking as a Pisces, Scorpio person, just trust me on this one. It's not. It can just become an excuse or a delusion that you use to keep showing up for something that doesn't make you feel seen or respected. And that's a form of self-abandonment, and you're not going to get closer to the truth of who you really are, or someone else being able to see and honor that, if you're not really stepping up to see it in yourself first. So that's the first step, okay? Yeah, be confident, even if you're just taking one small step forwards at a time. Again, it's not about like severing something or giving up, but you can totally release expectation and release your grip on something, point your energy in the direction of a personal goal. Probably your work stuff would be a great place to point that energy, like creatively, and show up for yourself as the emperor energy, the yang energy in your own life, so that that's not a void that you're looking for someone else to fill. You're the emperor and the empress in yourself, sovereign, mastered, complete in you. So you're not seeking or yearning for someone else to fill a void that you have. And you know what healthy masculine energy feels like when it comes in, because you're already providing that stability, security, direction, and momentum for yourself. So anyone that doesn't meet that or match that will throw it off, and that person's not for you, or that situation then is not yet for you. Only when they can truly offer what is aligned with you, what you can offer yourself. Don't settle for anything less than that. So yeah, they're just showing me that if it is with that specific person, then there's a big cycle that needs to close that's not closed yet. It might be in the midst of closing, but until that's really solidified and ends, a new cycle can't begin. So just focus on yourself and have discernment, right? You will align with something super empowered and open to love and balanced when you feel that way yourself. So that's a pretty good rule of thumb. You can kind of, when you're feeling that way, it will probably naturally come in and align with you at that point. Okay. Okay, darling. So I'm glad I double checked that, because I was like, this is not the same energy, but it's just, it's going to be so different and transformed that if it was showing up as someone so insecure that they needed to like manipulate and control and maybe like bring you down, or they got off on like, yeah, making like, not even consciously, but like you feeling small made them feel less alone in how small they feel about themselves, which is toxic. But generally, people want to make other people feel, whether they realize this or not, cognitively, they want other people to feel how they feel a lot of the time, because it's uncomfortable to be in a feeling all by yourself, especially if it's like a difficult feeling. Misery loves company is a saying for a reason, right? So it's not necessarily that they were trying to do that or that that was their motivation. No, I split the deck literally to the 5 of Cups. Misery. This person was grieving something. They were in a state of very deep unhappiness. They may have been masking it with like this really carefree, casual, like unattached energy, but really it was coming from a place of deep grief and like mourning something. I feel like they were coming out of something that really like broke down their own hope surrounding either themselves or love or both. So that is what they needed to work through. Okay. All right, darling. Let's move forwards to who's next here. Is Julie the next one? Let's see what's going on. What's going on? Okay. You are welcome, darling. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Julie. Okay, a love reading. You feel a lot of energy around you, particularly feelings your last partner may be holding for you. Okay, let's see. Let's just get a read on, what do I want to ask for Julie? Let's ask. Also, I see that you paid in Canadian. Fellow Canadian, what is up, my friend? Okay. Where in Canada are you? So let me see. What can I ask for Julie, Spirit? What's the best way to approach this question to get her the answer that is clear and direct? Okay, let's look at... Okay, so they want me to discern, basically. So we're going to pull a card on the overall energy around you in regards to love, and then specifically the energy that you may be feeling. No, we'll do then specifically the energy that your last partner is... There's more thunder happening outside. Either projecting either consciously or unconsciously towards you, basically any feelings or energy that they still have for you that you could be picking up on. And then I'll get you a piece of advice around your love life specifically, okay? Okay. Why is all the coffee gone? It's like, why is all the rum gone? But more devastating because it's coffee. Just kidding. I'm probably good without more coffee at this point in time. It's 1:30 in the morning, although coffee doesn't really keep me awake because ADD brain. So, okay, let's see. Julie. All right. If anyone is coming in and you're looking for timestamps, we're doing super chats right now, but timestamps are over here in the live chat. So if you go up just a tiny bit, you'll see where I put the timestamps for the group selection and then group 1, 2, and 3. So I'm doing super chats now, but if you want to if you want to skip to your group, then check out the timestamps in the chat, okay? Okay. Okay, let's see. I think my bra is hurting. This is too much information, but not really, because who cares? But constant story of my life is like me being like, should I say this? Is this too much information? I don't really care. It's like going back and forth inside my head. 9 times out of 10, I say the thing anyway, so I don't know why I really go back and forth with myself so often. I'm getting a headache because of my bra. It is hurting me. It is the sheer weight of my... Let me just not. But I think I'm going to take it off and go put on a t-shirt. So, because nobody has the time for this. So give me a second. I love myself. It's really that, or just feeling constantly cringe about yourself in life, honestly, right? If you're gonna be your actual authentic self, it's like you either just gotta like fully embrace that and be like, keep on rocking in the free world, or else you are going to feel constantly cringe. And honestly, it's okay to be cringe sometimes. That just means you're being real, babes. No regrets. All right, let's see. Don't know who needed to hear that, but there's your pep talk. Okay. Yeah, let me, now that I have shuffled your deck, I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna go put a different shirt on so that I don't have to feel this. Okay. Let me also All right. My apologies. Needed to do that. Need to turn the light down because no. Too late in the evening for there to be that much light just blasted at my face. So, okay. Let's get these last super chats completed. It looks really good on you though, the other shirt. Thank you. I feel like it's giving more Cancer season than Leo season, but thank you. This is a Volcom shirt from when I was a teenager, so woo! Van's work tour years and getting a concussion in mosh pits, and oh yeah, your girl has lived many lives. Trust me. Still like a little screamy, punky music. Okay, so Julie, so we're asking about the overall energy around you in regards to your love life, the energy that is coming or that you could be picking up on from your last partner, and then advice. Okay, let's see. Julie, what is the timestamp for you? Okay, hi Julie. Thanks for ordering a super chat, or thanks for getting a super chat. I appreciate your support. So let's take a look. We're going to pull 3 cards. One for the overall energy around you in regards to love. One that is what you could be picking up specifically from your past partner or the last partner, the one that you're referencing here. And then just a piece of overall advice that Spirit has for you in regards to love, okay? So let's see. Let's see what's going on. I'm picking up on some spicy energy. The Knight of Wands. Yes, darling. Someone is, there's a bit of a fire. I almost feel if that's the person from the past, they may have decided not to commit, but they also lied about something like not wounding them or hurting them in some way. Specifically like you revoking your energy from them. Their ego took a hit, like something about them not feeling desirable or desired by you anymore is like stressing them out, and they could still be, hopefully this isn't like too much information, but they could definitely still be like thinking about you sexually or like, you know, masturbating to you or whatever the case may be. You could be picking up on some of that, but let's see what the actual cards have to say. Let's see. For Julie. A little late night after hours tarot coming through, huh? I see you. I see you. Okay. Oh, goodness. This person wants you so bad, it scares the fuck out of them. It puts them very in a place in their own mind where they are like, this is not cool. This is not good. This has too much control or power over me. This is the person from the past, I feel like, They're stressed out, but they're afraid. They're not at peace within their own mind about something. There's like a very strong desire for success with you, and there's a shite load of sexual energy. The Queen of Wands, that's you, the Ten of Wands, and the Six of Wands, and Strength is also here. So it's a lot, and it is fixed. It's fixed on you. I feel like you stand out to this person. Not saying that they have a lot of options. They may not. I don't know. That's not really showing up right now yet. But no, it's showing up that underneath like the illusion or how they may have tried to come across this person from the past. I like how they're just like butting in and they're like, now I take over the reading with my horny energy. Love that for them. They could be a little bossy, a little controlling. They have some control issues, but they know that you bring them a lot of happiness, that, you know, they're not really anxious about that. It's that, like, they see you as having options, and maybe the way that you were able to disconnect from them or just, like, not self-abandon, not like lower your standards in whatever your most recent engagement with this person was, that like turned them on. This could also be you, like if you're at a standstill or no contact with this person, you not breaking that. It's like it turns them on but makes them insecure simultaneously. Can I get a piece of advice? Can I finish pulling the cards for the reading before this person fucking... I'm not just going to listen to what they want me to say or how they're coming through, though. I need to read the truth of that situation for you. So, because why do I feel like them rejecting their deeper feelings or like hiding from you how much they actually feel made you feel insecure? Like their non-action made you feel insecure, and I think that's what you like brought yourself in from out of, is what it's showing up as. And that was the correct choice, I think, surrounding this person. But still, it's like, I don't know, they may feel as though there's a cycle that's not closed there. The right oracle deck to clarify some of this with. Let me see. It is complicated, but also probably not that complicated. Okay. Let me look at this. There's something that they know that they can't. Oh, this person is annoying. Yeah, they're like, too bad. I'm literally coming through to deliver my intuitive message through you, the vessel. And I'm like, could you go away? You're annoying. They're like aggressive, even energetically. This fucking person. But this is a message directly from them. I'm channeling them directly, so take it for what you will. There's something about this person being at conflict about you and you specifically. Okay, they're in a state of conflict. They are coming up as the Knight of Swords in reverse. We'll just start with this motherfucker because they're wanting to come through. I don't know if this person's an air sign. It doesn't matter. But they are in a state of personal conflict, and it is directly around you, which is what you're probably picking up on. They know that you're at a fork in the road with them, and maybe just overall as well. Something has shifted with you, but there's something that's showing up about they know you have options. That doesn't need to be like other people, but they know that you have a choice to make and you can choose them or not, sort of thing. They also know that in order to mend with you, they have to do things right. Like they actually have to fucking come correct. Because you both know that, yeah, this something cannot be or will not be co-created between the two of you until that happens. And this person is very clear on that. Show me the true energy of this person. I'm going to get their true energy. They're like, clarify this Knight of Swords in reverse, but then I'm also going to get like their motivation, like what feeling, what deeper feeling is this actually coming from, this desire to, because it feels like there's a lot of like rumination that I'm picking up on, and them wanting to share things from their perspective, their experience. But with the Knight of Swords in reverse, they're also not necessarily seeing things clearly, or they don't really necessarily know what they're talking about completely. So TikTok in reverse. They feel like they're running out of time, and you are a snack, milk and honey. You are like the expansive, abundant thing. And they feel like they need to act. And the thing is, like, they know what they need to do to mend something and breathe new life into something, but they are like hyperventilating. And so they don't know. They're like, I'm having trouble breathing. How am I supposed to breathe life into, new life into something else? What's the motive? The true motivation. Swords, Julie. Yeah, this person, they do have genuine sadness and remorse. They actually do wish that they could change things, but they don't really know how. There's something specifically that they want to make happen in the physical. Like they want to ground something and give it legs, like really actually allow it to be real in the physical. This person feels very doubtful and protective over showing you how much they actually long for you, though, because there's something about they feel abandoned. There's something about this, yeah. They feel, I don't know. The only thing I would say about them is that they have genuine remorse and regret around you, but they're very self-focused. Right now, they're moving from a place of regret, but it feels like there's like a pressure. And they do clearly see like all that you are and what the two of you could have. But there's also something that they're seeing both sides, and they're a little defensive. Their ego's still a bit involved. Like they're like, yes, I have regrets for how I showed up, but also they have a bit of a list of stuff that they would want to talk to you about. Like they feel like you've been, I don't know if you were maybe a bit passive aggressive towards them, but they felt a bit criticized. They feel like you may have criticized them from a place of also having your own self-doubts. But this person, they have some hurt as well that they want to talk about. What are their, well, yeah, anything else before we move on from this person? They might come up again. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, loyal and connected. So I actually do see this person as being, they're solid. The only thing is, I feel like this would shock you, or will shock you, to know that this person is actually feels very connected and committed to you. But I don't feel like that's how they've like portrayed themselves to you. In fact, they could feel super vulnerable about like how attached to you they feel and how they don't really desire anyone else. So for that reason, they could be actually trying to like come off in the opposite way. Like, let's act like a player who has a lot of options, or let's act like I don't care very much about Julie, to throw her off the scent kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that explains any behavior that may have come from this person, but I'm feeling that. Okay, so anyways, now that we've looked into their true energies and intentions, I don't see them being bad, but I feel like you do need this person to be real with you. And you deserve that at the very least, because how can you build on something with someone when you're not like both coming at it, being open and honest with each other, right? So they need to talk about their regrets. They might also, though, this could be a heads up that if this person comes towards you, it could be kind of impulsively. And while they may be open and vulnerable about some regrets that they have and things that they're sorry for, they could also, you know, just so that you don't get defensive, they could also definitely come at you with like things that you did that they, or ways that they feel that they have been hurt or, you know, not necessarily honored as well. So that's just a heads up. Okay. Okay. So the overall energy surrounding your love life, though, is coming through as the Two of Pentacles in reverse. You made a significant choice and you took action on it, tangible action. So this could have been like to walk away from a past person, to walk away from a pain, a way of being. I almost said a pain of being. To choose yourself, to prioritize yourself and not lower your standards, something like that. Can I get more? But you made a choice that is having a ripple effect in the energies around you. What was the choice? I think there was an illusion. I think someone said or did something to put you in your head. I think that they did not portray themselves honestly to you. There was some sort of lie, and weirdly, I feel like what they lied about, like the lie is worse than the reality. But it's because they want to seem cool. They want to seem like they're not that heavily invested and loyal to you. But literally behind that is the Queen of fucking... This person loves you. But yeah, they might have played around, gaslit you, or made you think that they had options or something like that. But this was, again, to like throw you off the truth of how they actually feel, because that makes them feel really stressed out. Okay? So... But yeah, the choice that you made in the recent past here that's impacting things is, I think you chose to see, like to trust your truth, even though you know that there's still something that is not been shared honestly with you. Like there's still an illusion. There's still something unclear. But basically this is you creating closure for yourself is pretty much what that is, despite not knowing, like letting go of potential pain and being in your own head over something. So even if this person didn't like necessarily go out of their way to manipulate and make you feel insecure through deceiving you, then they just left things very ambiguously, or things were left up in the air between the two of you with you're just choosing not to ruminate on it, to release any past pain, deception, betrayal, or resentment. And not be in your head in a detrimental way about it. You basically made the decision to not invest in your energy into that because it's just not helpful, but to be more in the energy of love, I feel like. Okay, so overall advice around your love life is the Seven of Wands. What's that? The Sun. Okay. Hold out. Don't fold. Fight for your right to party, babe. Fight for the Sun. Okay. If something does not manifest naturally in an empowered way, do not crawl back to it. Do not chase it. If someone manipulates the truth, keep them cut out then. Unless they're coming to you with the truth, it's a no-go is what I'm seeing. Because the bottom line is this person is aware. They know your worth. They know their true feelings and how connected and loyal they are to you. They know the ways that they have not acted right and what they regret and would need to own up to and apologize for. They also know the ways that they've been hurt that they want to share with you, but like this person knows how to come correct and they know that you deserve that. So if they offer you anything less than that, no. Okay. You don't need to be defensive, but protect your energy. Not protect in a defensive way, but honor your energy. Honor your energy, okay? Anything else about that? No. Just don't settle. If you settle, there's going to be pain. But I feel like if someone comes to you and is real about their pain, that's kind of like the defining thing that they're saying. If this person comes to you and they are emotionally mature and are vulnerable and intimate with you in the ways that they felt hurt, not in a defensive way, but if they share with you like their pain in the situation, know that it's taking this person emotional maturity and intelligence and personal mastery and regulation to do that. Like that shows maturity. And it also, they're having to humble themselves and not be in their ego in order to do that. So if this person comes to you in this energy, then I feel like it's possible to close out an unhealthy old cycle between you and move forwards in a healthy way. But if they hide something, if they hide their fears, then it's just going to grow into more and more into a lack of true alignment between the two of you, because when you're secretive or you conceal things, that deteriorates the overall connection, right? And then the damage will be, it'll be such that it wouldn't be able to be repaired after that. So just don't do that until basically this person has to actually be ready and have the capacity. And you'll know that by how they show up. But specifically, if this person is humble and if they share with you from a more tender or vulnerable place how they have been hurt or how they are hurt, or if they show genuine emotion, that kind of thing, and humility, that is a sign that they're most likely in a healthy and mature place. Okay, but still follow your own intuitive guidance and discernment above everything else. Okay, that's what I have for you, my love. Julie, we're gonna move on to the last super chat. Jasmine, my beautiful darling, let's see, what did you ask? Oh my god, this turn is from leaning forwards. Let's see. What did Jasmine say? What are the current energies in your love life? You have a current connection. You suspect a past connection will circle back those past connections. All right, let's see. So we'll look at the overall current energy in your love life, and then the energy within your current connection, and the energy around the past connection. We'll look at all three things, and I think advice will come naturally from that, so we'll do that. Oh, you're here. You're still here. Aw, hi, babes. You're so cute. Okay. Let's see. Let us see. Wow, there's a lot of lag that's showing up on the video on YouTube. Maybe that's just from my end. Wait, did I do the second one for... No, I didn't. I skipped Gary's second one. Okay, I'm gonna do his last. I'm like, wait, I didn't do his second one. I just saw his name and was like, I've already done him. Okay, we're gonna do Jasmine before Gary's number 2, or second. Gary's number 2. Gary's second question, because luckily I just caught that. Yay. I'm just making a very strong note so that I don't miss it at the end of this. Okay, but we'll do you first. It's like something is slipping through the cracks here. What is it? There's a little moth. What? Don't fly at me. Maybe I should close the window. It's just I'm listening to the rain and it sounds so nice. Okay. There are bugs coming in, however. Like this little moth. Okay. I'm gonna put the fan on. Okay. Let's see. I put this behind my back so I'm not dying. I need more back support. My back's getting sore from leaning forwards. Okay, so current connection. No. Overall energy in your love life, current connection, and then past connection. Is that what we said we were doing? Yes. Okay. You're at work. I feel like a bad internet influence on you. I'm okay with that. Gemini moon, Aries Venus, shit disturber energy. I'm okay with that. But also, minimize me if your boss comes around. I would be a bad parent, probably. My husband's gonna have to do the hard stuff while I be the cool mom. Not gonna lie. Okay. Let's see. Jasmin's energies around love. Okay. You just got 2. Oh, you're there, but kind of not there. Okay, good. I'm not really like being that bad of an influence. Urgent emails. I hate emails. I worked like reception type jobs for like a while, like officey type jobs, not all reception, but like office type. Emails, hate it. Soul sucking, absolutely. You'd think that I'd be able to handle it. I mean, I have a Capricorn, Mars, and Stellium for F's sake, but I'm also like a Pisces North Node, and I'm like, I just want to flow. I just want to, you can't confine me to electronics and, you know, CCs and just, I don't, yeah, exactly. The 8 of Wands. I don't have time for that. Yeah. Not the greatest fan of that. Okay, let's see. Overall energy in Jasmin's love life. Let's see. Judgment. Plutonian energy. Once again, coming out to play. All right. Okay. I want to clarify that with this deck. I don't know about that. Well, it does feel like there's a transformation happening for you in your love life. Yeah, definitely. Literally. Transformation. Okay. So, yeah. We're just channeling now. So, judgment, revolution, transformation, radical change, give up the old to make way for the new, quantum leap. This is the most Plutonian shit in all of existence. So, yeah, there's something really big that is happening actually in your love life. Could feel somewhat chaotic, slightly. However, it goes really deep. And it's coming through like a phoenix rising vibe, but something needs to close out. Like an old cycle is ending. And then it's giving rising from the ashes of old obstacles. It's almost like a level of romanticizing your own life, like seeing the beautiful in the little moments, slowing down, smelling the roses. There's something that's coming through. Thank you. What? Who is this? What? I can't see. Oh, thank you for the love from India. I'm sending it back to you too, my darling. All right. So, yeah, I do think that there's something shifting on a very massive level for you here around that. Yeah, great power and innocence. Ooh. There's something that is being renewed in your life. And it's a potent energy of, it is coming through as like this open-heartedness that maybe you're not expecting. You could have felt shut down to love for a little while. Something is very unexpected about this, how it comes through. It's like you're not really anticipating to feel all lit up. I almost wonder if this is someone new coming towards you. Or this is maybe the new relationship that you're in, right? The current relationship that you're in. But there's something there about, something is giving you the space to like truly opening up a vulnerable element of you. But you don't feel vulnerable. You're opening it up because you feel safe. And this is allowing you, or this signals the end of a chapter or, yeah, an era where I feel like you didn't feel overly safe to be completely vulnerable and open for whatever reason. Anything else about this current energy around love? No. Okay, let's take a look at the current situation that you are in. It's more of a situationship. Okay, well, whatever it is, there's something, I'm not saying it's necessarily the relationship that's inspiring this, but there's something that feels like it does kind of light you up and it inspires you to open your heart. It could even be the energy of this Leo eclipse, right? That is something that causes, with Pluto in Aquarius and the nodal shift to, the north node in Aquarius, the south node in Leo, these eclipses could be where this transformation really happens, right? So even if this liberation into like the truth of your essence and being open-hearted and in your true nature and trusting yourself and others, right? There's, yeah. You're getting what you deserve. There's something balancing out karmically with this, for sure, with that Plutonian energy, the eclipse energy, justice. Feels like something is karmically being settled in your favor. Okay, so The current situation here. The current situation. Show me the energy around that. Oh, I didn't timestamp you. Damn it. When did I start? Around like 6:20? I'm going to have to find that. I don't really know. We'll have to find that. Just realized I didn't timestamp you. The Five of Swords in reverse. They're not playing games. This new situation, or the one you're currently involved in, they're being real with you. So I don't know what that is. Like, that could be as simple as just being honest with you about what their capacity is and where they're at. Like, it's a situationship because I don't want labels, because I'm not ready for anything right now. And that is like, they're not playing games, like they're being honest, right? But honesty, I guess, is what I'm saying, doesn't necessarily equate to like, let's clarify one more card. It's not coming through as bad. It's just, I want to say like, this person is telling you who they are and where they're at. So just trust whatever it is that they're saying, whether that's, yeah, whatever that is. The King of Cups. It's really strong scorpionic energy here right now. Is the King of Cups this person? This new person or current person? Yeah, justice. Okay. I feel like this person is trustworthy. I split the deck and I got the Ace of Swords to validate whether you can trust this person. That's about as true as you can get, the Ace of Swords. So good. This person has a depth of emotion that they don't just open up and share easily. Their feelings run a lot deeper than you know, and they're actually quite emotionally mature and in a state of moderation with their feelings. They're not gonna fuck around. This is someone with integrity and emotional intelligence and capacity. So I don't know how much of that they've actually opened up and showcased to you, but this person, they know who they are, they have a lot to offer, they know their worth, and I feel like they are being honest with you. So you could build something solid with this person, but don't invest if you yourself are on the fence or undecided at all, wishy-washy about being in with this person, because yeah, because you maybe still want to try with something else. They're sort of saying that, is that the other thing? The thing from the past, there's no option for true reconciliation with like a solid commitment around that, is what I'm seeing. But we're pulling on that right now, so let's pull and see what the energy is around this past person. The Queen of Wands, they're super attracted to you. What else? They know that you're putting work, or they can sense that you're putting work into like bringing yourself in from out of the cold. And you're working on where you had a lack of self-love. You're seeing the truth about, you know, someone was very in their ego and they may have been a bit toxic. The Devil and the Six of Wands in reverse. They could have promised you like a future that they never really intended on following through on. They weren't actually committed. But this person is aware that they can't play the same games because you've put in work to heal, and they know that you're working on something with someone else. They can feel that, whether you've told them or not. I feel like the energy around you is like, it's desire, but it's ego based. So it's, well, what is it? Feels like it's possessive. Yeah, it hasn't, they haven't moved forwards in the way that they think. Like, there may be a lot of desire, attraction, or chemistry and like possessiveness, but it's coming from ego and insecurity. It's not coming from a headspace that has expanded since you last were involved with them, and it's not coming from the heart. Is there anything else about that before I let Yasmin go? I like the energy around this current person, though. Is this true? What is the... Okay, so what came out is the... This person might be even more attracted to you because you're coming into this energy where you are in your like most trusting, open-hearted nature. But there's also this awareness that like it's empowered now with healthy boundaries where you didn't used to have that. Like they're picking up on the change in the way that you think about yourself. And that could make them want you even more, but not for the right reasons. I hope that makes sense. Okay? So that's what I'm seeing. But I like the energy of this person in the middle. I feel like they're gonna commit to you. Like, there's an energy of not being single here. So again, if that's something that you want, but just know that like this person is kind of in it for... They could really lay down a solid foundation. So... don't project onto them or, you know, assume that they are like this, like your past people. Give them time to open up. But, yeah. It kind of is what you see is what you get with this person, more or less, which I really like. They're not being secretive by withholding. They just, they feel, they're sensitive and they feel things deeply. So I feel like they take a little bit to open up and really know that they can share that and be intimate fully. But that could be why they're taking time to kind of move into things. Yeah. Okay, anything else for Yasmin before I let her go? Okay, no. So, yeah, I feel like if this past person reaches out to you, is this about them? Yeah. If this past person reaches out to you, they're giving you the guidance not to respond or engage with that communication. Because what you're involved in now, I feel like, is moving forwards at a positive pace, and especially if this person reaches out when you've actually established a relationship with this new person, I just feel like that will lead to disappointment, like engaging with them, you know what I mean? So I don't feel like it's really worth it, but of course, like, use your own discernment. That's just coming through as the advice, okay? All right, my dear. I'll talk to you again soon. We're going to move on to Gary's final message now, which I almost forgot but did not forget. I'm on top of it. Okay. Let's see. Let's not forget this timestamp. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. What happened? What? Is this still going? Did I cut out at all on my stream? At all? Is anyone here, darling? You have the past person blocked. Woo! Good. You're so welcome, love. Wait, who is that? Oh, is that Lydia? Wait. Is that who you are? Okay, so. Okay, it's you. Okay, I'm so sorry. It doesn't show your name. It shows your like handle in the chat, but then when I go look at the list of super chats, it shows your name, which is confusing. I did cut out. Did I cut out for a while? Did the reading for Jasmine end before I cut out? I just noticed that. I went away from my OBS studio and I looked at the YouTube and the entire site had crashed and I had to reload it. I was like, I don't know how long that was. Oh, like 10 seconds. Okay. Good thing I noticed that. All right. So all I said in the time when we were disconnected was that I was going to do the last super chat for Gary. So let's do that. Okay. Gary. My gosh. Okay. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. Let's see. What's the second super chat here? Asking about love, any incoming relationships, given that that is today's topic. Okay, let's take a look. Are there any incoming relationships in regards to love for Gary? Let's see. 6, 9, 20. All right. Hello again, my friend. So let's do your second super chat question now and look in on your love life and any potential relationships that could be coming in for you in that area. Let's see. What is happening for you? Okay, how should I ask about this? I think I'll say, yeah, so what is coming towards you at this time in regards to love or new relationships? And then, I'll ask like how aligned you are maybe with that opportunity and get some advice for you as well. Let's see. If there's no new opportunity that's coming in and being highlighted, we'll see what might be blocking a new opportunity instead of how aligned you are with a new opportunity, okay? So let's look in on Gary's love life. Can you highlight if something new, if a new romantic relationship is coming towards him in the near future? Okay. Yeah. Hell yeah, babes. I do think that there's something that's coming towards you that's worth investing in, and I think you're going to want to invest in it. Look at all the pentacles. Such a great many pentacles. So the Seven of Pentacles came out first, which is an investment, an energetic, like a solid, energetic investment. Something that will pay out. It requires a bit of patience, but it will grow solidly, and there will be a harvest season involved with that if you continue to put work into it. I'm like nervous that this is like gonna cut out again. Let me just put that down a bit so I can see if it does. Okay, so if I cut out again. So I asked if this was a past investment, like something that you had already been invested in previously, and then the Ace of Pentacles came out. So it's new. It's something new. And it looks like, yeah, it's looking like money. It's looking good. Let's get an oracle card to clarify. It's going to be very real and tangible, though. I kind of feel like this could be someone that you meet organically. I don't really feel like you meet them in an online setting. It feels like you run into them like in your day-to-day type thing, maybe. Let's see. Potentially somewhere where you go to restore personal harmony, like a park or something like that, or a coffee shop that you like. Somewhere that you go to like drop heavier energy or diffuse negativity, somewhere that brings you peace, somewhere that like energizes or lightens you up could be where you meet this person. Or if you don't already have a place like that established, then start doing that. Start spending time places where you resonate with the energy, where the energy aligns with you and brings things, like brings light, a lightness. Places where you can have fun, places where you're at peace. A bookstore, a coffee shop, a park, whatever that is for you, a museum, whatever that is. And I feel like there's going to be like a shocking something that comes of that. Okay, okay. How, yeah, what's the, what, I'm just going to say, I think, what else do we need to know about that? Because basically, Spirit already said that it's pretty aligned. So let me maybe just get the energy of the person, the other person, and then your energy that you will be in when you kind of like come together, and then I'll get you advice. Okay, so this other person's energy, the situation that's coming towards in here. Okay, this could be someone that just recently moved to your like location, to your country, to your city, your town, whatever. It could also be someone that lives like a short drive away maybe from you, but they are also someone who is, they're currently evolving and shifting their own perspective. They could be moving out of a, or away from a past situation. I don't feel like they're still connected to it, but their way of thinking is evolving and shifting at this time, this person. Okay. Show me his energy. So they're in a state of transition, but mostly in the way that they think. It could also be, though, a bit like they're actually moving in some way. Okay. You might communicate that you don't really want to. You might feel called, or like you may not realize that you are a little bit closed down to love, like in your heart space. And this could just be because you're not expecting it. Like you've kind of become slightly jaded. No No judgment at all, my friend. I am a Scorpio rising. I understand losing faith in love or being like, is it ever coming? And then like slowly, you know, kind of just not realizing that you're a little bit in that state of mind, right? Because nothing has really come through to show you something different, to inspire faith or hope in you necessarily. So the Tower in reverse, you may not feel super inclined to take action because you could feel somewhat destabilized by like when this person comes in, and I think it's because they are an actual solid legitimate offer and you can probably feel that. So there's a part that it feels a little bit heavy, right? Like, oh shit, now there's a legitimate option in front of me, and now I'm realizing there's some things I need to take care of in order to get back in tune with myself, right? So just, I would say, don't communicate super like fool's Russian type thing. Don't like rush. Don't communicate erratically or like without thinking something through that you don't want. Like, I'm not ready for something. I don't want to be in a relationship. I don't want to take a leap of faith. Like, whether you're communicating that verbally or through impulsive action, I think that there's some part of your shadow that's going to come up that could be like a compulsive way of acting when you feel intimidated in a relationship or like insecure or unprepared to open up your heart space. Just be aware of that, because this person coming in and being like a legitimate offer could trigger you. You might feel like, shit, I am unprepared. I did not expect this. Therefore, I am unprepared. Therefore, I'm gonna sabotage it. Don't do that. So this is a heads up. So if there's something, just like assume that your soulmate is coming towards you. Like, it's a certainty. And then say, from a detached observation sort of place, how can I reflect and contemplate on like where I'm really at in regards to how ready I feel for that kind of relationship, and like what ways would I want to change or make some shifts in my life to align with my own confidence, with my own leadership abilities, and basically be sure of myself so that I can give generously to the kind of relationship that deserves your full kind of like engagement, participation, and commitment, because I do think that this could go to that place. Okay. But it's going to ask you to look at yourself because it might scare you a little bit, so don't be afraid to do that. Okay. Okay, overall advice around your love life, and then I'm going to let you go. Let's see. Gary. Get out of your head. Get out of your head. It's okay. This isn't coming in to destroy you. Even if it might be breaking down a few walls, this person could be, it's so funny because it looks like they're just coming so peacefully towards you, just like do 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 do, like on this harmonious, calm water. And you're like, fuck my life. No, this is a bit of an energy of catastrophizing something though, like assuming the worst. Like, I'm not, an example of this would be like, oh shite, I wasn't expecting this, so I'm not ready. Now I'm just overthinking and ruminating on all of the ways that I could fuck this up, so I'm just gonna avoid it so I don't fuck it up, you know? Meanwhile, like, none of that was ever even going to happen, you know? Okay, so they don't want you to stress. Let's get one more oracle card. They're saying there is nothing to stress about. This feels very safe and very solid. It also feels patient, like it is gonna take its time to unfold anyways, so you don't need to feel super pressured. And plus, now you have a heads up from yours truly, so you're poised for success, my friend. Okay, one final oracle card. It's time to take action. New moon in Aries. Literally the Mars card. So you could also feel a little bit tempted to just like stall, because this is the Mars energy, which is the energy of assertion. It's masculine energy, right? So don't avoid moving forwards with something that feels good and aligned. Take inspired, fiery action because it's what you feel. Don't like ruminate and talk yourself out of it in your head, in your ego, from a place of fear. Okay? Just trust your instincts, trust yourself, know that you're good. You've got what it takes to move forwards, even if you feel a bit vulnerable, because honestly, this person is the shit a little bit. This person is, yeah, this person's a catch. Don't let that intimidate you into your ego. Let it intimidate you into a space of humility and true strength. See this person's worth and then step up to meet it, because you can. Or else they wouldn't be coming in. They're coming in because you align with them and you deserve a partner like this. So just believe that in yourself. Choose to believe that something can be successful and then fight for it. Okay? Stand behind it. But yeah, I love that. I see that very strongly for you. It looks very positive. Okay? So that being said, that was the final super chat question of the night. My laptop almost fell over. Okay, so that was the final super chat question of the night. Thank you guys all who ordered one. Thank you guys who checked in on the live. I'm gonna go out now and put down, I'm gonna put the timestamps in the actual pinned comment and info box so that people can find their way. So that all the little confused, lost people can find their way to their group. But I love you guys so very much. Thank you, as always, for supporting me, for sharing your energy, your light, your love with me. And like the stream if you want to share more of that energy exchange. The more that you do like actively and intentionally engage with the channel in some way, that energetic exchange helps me tune into your energy every time that I go live. So yeah, the more that we like form that mutual relationship, the better, the more aligned the messages should be for you. So that is alchemy, my darling. But I really appreciate you guys being here. I love you so much. I'm gonna let you go for tonight, but I'll see you again soon. I'm going to come back for later this week. I'm gonna do an all signs on eclipse season, and we're just gonna look at some stuff that you need to know moving into the madness of that. Just basically like a very simplified breakdown. Fib, do you have, yes, you do, don't you? You have PayPal, right? If you have PayPal, just send me a super chat through PayPal and I will send you the reading. I'm tired right now, so I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to do another one right now just because I'm kind of like, I'm ready to go to bed. But if you want to send me one, I'll do it for you tomorrow, okay? And I'll just send it to you either in a voice note through, probably in a voice note through Discord, if that's cool with you. But yeah. I will see you guys for that eclipse all signs, and then I'll try to show up a couple other times this week for you too, so we can vibe. But until then, my beautiful internet bestie weirdos and revolutionaries, I will talk to you soon, okay? Bye, guys.